Good evening, everyone. I'm now going to call the public hearing of Tuesday, July the 8th, 2025 to order. This meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means. As such, council members may participate in person or by electronic means. Is anyone participating remotely? No? Okay. There we go. Any council members participating by electronic means, please ensure your video is turned on and let the clerk know if you leave the meeting for the purposes of confirming quorum. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. If council members attending by electronic means lose connection during any portion of the hearing, we will recess the meeting until the connection is restored. If council members lose connection during the voting process, team members will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Members of the public can view the proceedings via the live stream and YouTube link, which will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I'll direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If these exits are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber. Please use the stairs, do not use the elevator. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for our security team members to guide you to a safe location. I'd also like to highlight the fact that there is a defibrillator at the end of the hallway, just in case we need one. I also want to acknowledge that we are hosting today's public hearing on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I do want to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and care they show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. I also want to acknowledge the incredible contributions of our team at the City of Vancouver. We've had the benefit to work side by side with them, and I can tell you we are super lucky as a city because we have so many people that are working with incredible passion to make this place a better place. And so with that, can we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Sim is in the chair. Councillor Bly has a leave of absence for civic business from 5 p.m. onwards. Councillor Dominato, Councillor Fry, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Klassen, Councillor Maloney, Councillor Meisner has a leave of absence for civic business from 5 p.m. onwards. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Orr. Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you. Before I begin, I do have some announcements. The public may participate by speaking in person, by phone, or by submitting written comments to Mayor and Council. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Speakers should also state whether they support or oppose the recommendations and if they are a resident of Vancouver. Speakers representing 4 or more individuals or groups, including themselves, will have 8 minutes to speak. Each individual or group being represented must confirm their representation by introducing themselves either in person or online. Individuals represented by another speaker cannot also speak independently. Speakers may only speak once and should follow along on X at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be submitted in writing through our online Mayor and Council public hearing feedback web form. This link will also be posted on X. Any speakers who pre-registered with presentations are reminded that the public live feed has a slight delay. To navigate through the slides of your presentation, please say next so that the clerk may advance your slides. I will also note that the City of Vancouver has a long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. And bless you. A reminder that Council's role at a public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means Council is to only consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions from speakers, including the applicant, or technical advice from team members, but should save debate for after the close of the speakers list. After hearing from speakers, council may 1, approve the application in principle, 2, approve the application in principle with amendments, 3, refuse the application, or 4, refer the application to team members for further consideration. Finally, if council does not conclude hearing from all speakers this evening, we will recess and reconvene the meeting on Tuesday, July 15th at 3 p.m. So the first item on the docket is number 1, miscellaneous amendments concerning various CD-1 bylaws and rezoning conditions. Now, before we begin, does anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest? No? Okay. So the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability to make miscellaneous amendments to bylaws for the following. CD 165 for 408 to 488 West King Edward Avenue. CD 561 for 955 East Hastings Street. CD 497 for 2665 Renfrew Street. CD 772 for 1102 to 1138 East Georgia Street. And to the housing agreement condition for 1425 and 1451 East 12th Avenue to improve clarity, update references, correct inadvertent errors or omissions, and/or improve the administration of the bylaws. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 1 piece of correspondence in support, 3 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 1 piece of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. So we do have. Okay. So we do have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present.
So can you hear me? Perfect.
Great.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Lievke Vissers, and I'm the rezoning planner for this item. This report recommends miscellaneous text amendments to 4 bylaws and 1 housing agreement. Items 1 and 4 remove limitations to the allowable commercial uses. These amendments would simplify the rezoning and enable a wider range of business types. Item 2 provides greater flexibility for co-location of office space. Item 3 removes site-specific parking and loading requirements, bringing the bylaw in line with the current parking bylaw. And item 5 amends the housing agreement, providing the nonprofit building owner and operator greater opportunity to manage the low end of market units. Thank you, Council. Staff are available to answer your questions.
Great. So thank you very much. Please note that the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability is the applicant for this item. With that, would the applicant like to present the application?
No further comments from staff. Thank you.
It's kind of a form question I have to ask. I know it's kind of silly. Are there any questions from council to our team members or the applicant? Noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant. Once again, that's a form question. Okay. I don't see anyone in the queue. So this is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. We're now going to hear from the public. Yeah, we do have speakers. Any registered speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium when your name is called. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. So our first speaker today is speaker number 1, Jessica Keenan. Is Jessica present? Oh, is Jessica on the phone?
Mayor, Jessica is not on the line at this time.
Okay. Speaker number 2, Yoon Ip. Is that?
I thought I get a good seat there. Okay.
It happens all the time. It's all good. Sorry, Mr. Ip, are you a resident of Vancouver?
Say again, please.
Are you a resident of Vancouver?
No, I'm not.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor and member of the Council of City of Vancouver, thank you for giving me this opportunity to make my presentation for a property at 3295 East Broadway. Now, first, I want to thank the city staff for the really hard work and dedication during the past 4 years or so in preparing this 234 pages of draft on Rupert and Renfrew station area. It is well written, comprehensive, and addresses many issues in the neighborhood. I note from the draft report that there are at least 15 properties in the neighborhood which have been designated as unique or special sites. But unfortunately, the property which I'm presenting today, which is located at 3295 East Broadway, is not one of them. So that's why tonight I just want to bring attention to the council about this. And now this property has an area about 25,000 square feet. It is located at the corner of Rupert and Broadway, which is a very central location, as you could see on the map, is about less than 10 minutes walk from Rupert Station. And also there are even 2 bus stations on the near side, one on Rupert and the other on Broadway. So the bus number 9 and bus number 27 pass through that. So it's a very, what we could call a central location. So I want to ask the council to consider, including that as a special site, and understand that this site and the proposed zoning can have a maximum capacity for 45-story height building.
Mr. Ip, sorry, I think you might be referring to Renfrew and Rupert that was debated earlier today. We're on miscellaneous amendments concerning various CD-1 bylaws and rezoning conditions.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was not in the debate side. I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
So that's my main presentation, that this site should be treated as a special, unique site similar to the 15 other site. Now, I note also from the report there are about 3 sites which are not very far from this subject site. One on the East Broadway, the Broadway Church on East Broadway. That's one site. The other one is the Sikh Temple, which is on the north side of the subject property, and the other third site is on the Christian school. Now, all these have been considered by the city staff as being special or unique property. So I'm thinking that in the light of all this, the site at 3295 should be considered as a unique or special site. So thank you very much for hearing my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ip. Okay. So that's the end of the speakers list there. This is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. If there are any additional speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. So we are now going to take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to come in and come forward to the podium. So council, that has changed since last time or 2 times ago. So it is 2 minutes, so it goes pretty quick. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, look, there's a timer here. I should have known that. Okay. So do we have any additional speakers online or in person to provide comments on this item?
We do not, Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
There has not.
Okay. Seeing that there are few or no public comments received after 5 p.m., I'm now going to close the receipt of public comments. Do our team members have any closing comments?
No closing comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does council have any final questions for our team members? I do not see anyone in the queue. So did we receive any additional public comments since the close of the public comments?
No.
Council will now make its decision on this application. Do we have a mover for the recommendations? Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Council members, is there any discussion? Not seeing the one there. Okay. So a reminder that any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked as absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. I'm now going to call a vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting panel? Council, can you
Mayor,
please?
it's Councillor Kirby Young. May I have a vote assistant favor, please?
You sure can.
Thank you.
All right. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. This completes item number 1. Okay. Great. Thank you. Item number 2, CD-1 rezoning, 2079 through 2085 West 5th Avenue. Before we begin this item, does anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest? No? Okay. The clerk's now going to read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Colliers to rezone 2079 to 2085 West 5th Avenue from RM4 Residential District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 21-story mixed-use building containing 200 social housing units with commercial space on the ground floor and social service center. A floor space ratio of 10 and a height of 68.5 meters with additional height for rooftop amenity space are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 11 pieces of correspondence in support, 21 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 1 piece of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m.
Great, thank you very much. Now this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. Now we do have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application.
Thank you. Feel good? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. My name is Sarah Cranston, rezoning planner for this application, which is being considered under the Broadway plan. The site is highlighted in red and is located at the northeast corner of West 5th Avenue and Arbutus Street in Kitsilano. The surrounding context is primarily low-rise residential uses, with commercial and retail uses to the north along West 4th Avenue. Currently, there is a 3-story social housing apartment building on the site, which is owned and operated by the nonprofit applicant Brightside Community Homes. There are 21 social housing units on the site, as well as a single detached residential home. There are tenants on the site eligible for protections under the tenant relocation and protection policy. The Kitsilano area is well served with public transit, bike routes, parks, childcare centers, and community facilities. The Broadway plan is the rezoning enabling policy for this application. The site is located in the Kitsilano North Area B sub-area. The plan permits consideration of rezonings for social housing towers up to 20 stories and 6.5 FSR. The plan also allows consideration of additional density, approximately 0.3 FSR, for ground floor retail and service uses. On sites where there are existing social housing units, the plan requires 100% of the residential floor area to be social housing. This rezoning application proposes a 21-story mixed-use tower with 200 social housing units, commercial uses at grade, and nonprofit office space, which is classified as a social service center. A density of 10 FSR is proposed and a height of 68.5 meters. The building is targeting Rick Hansen accessibility certification for accessible design. This project will meet the city's definition of social housing, which requires a minimum of 30% of the units to be below housing income limits, or HILS, rental rates. The social housing units must also be owned and operated by a nonprofit society or government agency. The HILS rental rates are shown on the table on the slide, ranging from a maximum of about $1,400 for a studio unit and a maximum of about $2,100 for a 3-bedroom unit. The remaining units may be rented up to market rents. However, depending on senior government funding and financing, the applicant will seek to deepen the affordability of the remaining units. A virtual question and answer period was held this past February. A total of 80 submissions were received. Support was expressed for this project, in particular for the social housing tenure and housing affordability. Members of the public also noted support for neighborhood revitalization and for height, density, and massing, given compliance with the Broadway plan. Comments of concern related to the proposed height, density, and massing, as well as the building's impact on neighborhood character. Respondents also noted concern regarding negative impacts to local traffic and parking and the proposed shadowing of West 4th Avenue. Staff have reviewed the public concerns and have the following responses. The height, density, and massing is consistent with the Broadway plan. The proposed density increase is supportable given the smaller site size and to support social housing and the additional accessibility certification being sought. Regarding neighborhood character, this application meets the form of development anticipated by the plan and provides new affordable housing off of arterial roads, but still close to rapid transit services and amenities. Regarding traffic and parking, the application meets the expectations of the parking bylaw and will provide a transportation demand management plan at the development permit stage to support sustainable transportation options for future residents. Staff anticipate an overall reduction in vehicular trips with the completion of the Broadway subway. Regarding shadowing, the plan provides exceptions to the solar access policies for 100% social housing developments. The proposed social housing tower is compliant with the solar access policies of the plan. The public benefits of this application consist of 200 social housing units. DCLs are also expected for the commercial portion of the building, totaling approximately $65,000. DCLs are not expected for the social housing units or for the nonprofit office space. In conclusion, the proposal can be considered under the Broadway plan. The rezoning application advances the city's social housing targets under the Housing Vancouver strategy, delivering 200 social housing units. Staff support this application subject to the conditions contained in Appendix B of the report. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Would the applicant like to present the application if in attendance?
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for considering this application. I'm William Azaroff. I'm the CEO of Brightside Community Homes Foundation. We're a nonprofit charitable housing society that's been operating in Vancouver since 1952. We're not a for-profit developer. Just wanted to put that out there. We focus on independent living for seniors, families, and people with disabilities, the same kind of people who live in the building today. We don't offer supports on site. That's not our model. We're low-income housing run by nonprofit. We've been in Kitsilano since 1967. We have 3 buildings in Kitsilano. We have buildings in neighborhoods all across the city, so we know the neighborhood well. We're here with our partners. We've hired Colliers as a development consultant and Frankel as our architect, so they're here with us today. I want to talk about a couple things specific to this project. One is our approach to tenant relocation. We're quite proud of our very deliberate and values-based approach to tenant relocation. This is our 5th rezoning over the last several years. So we have a history of relocating our residents from our buildings, working with each of them individually to find out what's best for them around where they want to live. Again, we have buildings all across the city. Some people want to live close to their daughter or their doctor, or they have a friend in another building and they want to move to that building. So we hold all units that we can so that they have maximum choice. And then when the building's done, we tour them through the building and encourage them to move back into their original building if they want to, or they can stay put if they want to. We go above and beyond the city's policy, so both in terms of compensation, in terms of moving, like packing up their stuff. So we are quite proud of the work we do on that front. And even though there's a couple people in the building who are technically ineligible for relocation, everyone in the building will get the full relocation as they should. If somebody moved into the building 3 months from now, they would still get that relocation. So everyone will be treated that way. And in fact, we have one of our residents here today who'll speak to this in a few minutes. So that's one thing. This building is from 1964. It's pretty much end of life. It doesn't have many of the simple things that allow people to age in place. It doesn't have an elevator. It does not have a sprinkler system. It doesn't have any kind of cooling. So these are all things that the new building will allow people to age in place much more successfully, to live with disabilities in this building with greater access. We have good partners with groups like the Rick Hansen Foundation to ensure that the accessibility in this building meets or exceeds all standards and will be a great place to live for everybody. I want to talk a little bit about affordability. So we're in this interesting thing, and you probably know about this, where in order to apply for Community Housing Fund from BC Housing, we need to be shovel-ready. So that kind of means we need our rezoning in hand. So today, I can't guarantee the level of affordability because we don't have our funding lined up. Nobody at this stage in a nonprofit context would have their funding lined up. We have pre-development funding from BC Housing. They know about this project. I'm hopeful. We will be applying to that shortly. That window is open now. And if we get CHF, as I'm guessing you all know, that means 70% of the units in this building will be deeply affordable, 20% at shelter rate, 30% will be at low end of market. The reality of funding is that there is no funding program for projects like this that allow 100% affordable. All of them have some percentage of low end of market. 30% is as good as it gets. If we're not successful with BC Housing, we'll look at things like CMHC and FCM and other sources of funding. The affordability won't be quite as strong, but we're aiming for the highest level of affordability we possibly can. That's our model. That's what we do. We do plan on moving our offices to the second floor of that building, and if we need to, subletting with another nonprofit, so the second floor will be for nonprofits. And my understanding is we're one of few nonprofit providers moving forward this far in the Broadway Planned Corridor. We're quite excited about this project. We look forward to welcoming 200 new households into the Kitsilano neighborhood, including any of the residents who live there today, to come back into the new building. So with that, I'll hand it back to staff. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So are there any questions from council to our team members or the applicant, noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant? And it looks like we do. Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My question is to the applicant. I just wanted to circle back and welcome back, just around the accessibility component to the building. Is it your intention to try to make all the units accessible or accessibility ready, as in if they needed to be converted, or what does that look like? There's a certain number of units that are actually accessibly ready to go if someone's in a wheelchair or has a disability. If you don't mind speaking or expanding on that a bit.
Yeah, it won't be 100% accessible. Actually, if I can bring up the architect.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan Peters, representing Frankel Architecture with the applicant team. We're aiming for Rick Hansen Gold accessibility, so that will mean that 20% of the units will be covered under Rick Hansen Gold, and the rest of the units will be accessible by City of Vancouver standards.
Okay. So they could be converted, or I think.
Yeah, that also it also includes things you might not think about if you're not familiar with Rick Hansen Gold. So raised planter beds in the gardening areas, accessible washer and dryers in the laundry room, larger accessible parking stalls. So it's a very gracious and yeah, it's an excellent program.
Great, thank you. That's all my questions right now.
Thank
Thanks.
you very much. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I also have some questions for the applicant. So you said that everybody gets relocation, which is not prescribed in the bylaw, but you're sort of going above and beyond because is there a reason why you're extending?
Isn't that how you'd want to be treated? Like, that's basically.
Absolutely. Yeah, no,
why,
I'm just curious because we
Yeah.
often hear that.
We've done that in all our projects. So in all of our projects to date, there are some people who technically, what is it, a year before, like I forget the exact thing, but there's a date at which people are no longer eligible. All of the people who live in our building at the date they're needed to move out will get full relocation services.
That's fantastic. Now, are you planning to relocate these folks in other buildings that you operate?
Yeah, so of our previous relocations, I think something like 80% of people stayed within Brightside, which is great because they're used to doing income reviews with us. Their rent doesn't change. Everything stays the same. And that means if they do want to stay put, they can. But some people move like back to other cities, like people do what they do. But I'm guessing out of these 19 people, most will stay within Brightside is my guess.
And they have an option to return to this building when it's...
No matter what, absolutely.
So they can come back to Kitsilano.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that this new building will have elevators, cooling, sprinklers. I mean, I can see how, and this is for a largely senior population, so this is a big livability upgrade.
Huge. Yeah, and it's not, the new building will be for seniors, people with disabilities, and families, so it's a broader demographic, but yes, absolutely, it's going to be a really good place to age in place.
Yeah, no, it looks great. Some of the letters that we've gotten have been kind of focused on this being supportive housing. And I think I heard you say that this is not supportive housing, and I'm familiar with the definition. Could you just maybe articulate what is?
Yeah, and no knock on supportive housing, that's just not our model. So we're independent living. Everyone who lives in a Brightside building needs to be able to live without any supports. We're not staffed, we're only 35 staff. We're not staffed to provide any kind of 24-hour support. We don't provide meals. It's just nonprofit housing.
Great, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Montague?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. It's probably for the applicant here. Just a clarification, sorry. In the report we got, it talks about the 200 social housing units, commercial uses on the ground floor, and a social services center. Is that the offices that you were talking about?
So that's what they call it, but that's a nonprofit office space.
Okay, so it's office space for...
Yeah, there's no social services going on there.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
No, good question. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Maloney?
Hi, what's the ground floor commercial space likely to be?
Well, we're going to be looking for services that fit into the local community. That's going to be our priority, but it also has to provide a certain amount of rental revenue to make the project work. So we haven't gotten that far to be specific around that, but you know, there's going to be 200 people living in that building. There's lots of people in the neighborhood. It'd be nice to have some kind of, whether it's a cafe or services that would fit into the neighborhood, be of use, and be a nice local business.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Now, this is the second, no one else in the queue. So this is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. We're now going to hear from the public. Any registered speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium when your name is called. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Our first speaker today is speaker number 1, Stephen Boas. Stephen?
Mayor, may I suggest that I think this is speaker 3 that's at the podium?
Okay, you know what? I think that would be great if that's okay. We're going to do speaker 3, Ken McCree.
You want, am I supposed to speak? Personally, I hope I'm not too loud. I was asked if I would like to, you know, put my 2 cents in, and give you a little bit of my, even my New York background. But basically, we're here for one thing, and that's about this building and whether it should be put up or not. And for myself, I've been living here 17 years, and it's probably the best place I've ever lived. People are great. Should be very, very proud of these people. They take care of that building like they owned it. And anything that would help them leave and get back again is fine. As for myself, I don't know if you know my age, but I'm well up there, and the chances of me being able to get back to the building once it's built is very slim. So I could tell you that for myself, I'm really not, I'm not appealing to anybody, but I think if there's anything you could do to help these people and make sure that the building goes up and these people have a chance to get back in again, plus some others, and to have a big 20-story building downtown there is really, really great. And again, all I can tell you, you're very lucky that they have this type of tenant living there who take care of that building. Unbelievable. Try to take care of the outside, the inside, do things that is not part of their job or not part of their life being there. But anyway, I'm saying they've done a great, great, great job to do whatever they can to help keep the building going, and whatever you could do to help them and help the owners who are very nice. I mean, they never refuse anything. You have any problem, they're there right away. And all I could tell you, they deserve a big hurrah. And unless there's something you'd like to ask me, I really, there's nothing much further that I could, tell you. The rest is up to
There's
you.
no one in the queue, but Mr. McCree, thank you very much for coming in and sharing your thoughts.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. The next speaker we have is Stephen Bohas.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name's Stephen Boas. I'm a renter. I work in South Granville, and I'm opposed to this exact form of development because it's too high. You can keep this building or you can make it slightly higher. And I live in Vancouver. I'll explain why. Next slide. There is glorious sunlight here on West 4th Avenue. This is a treasure. This is a treasure for all Vancouverites. And I would hope that no one on this council would want to diminish what we have here on West 4th Avenue. Next slide. Here is a diagram. It's part of your referral package. It's in the application booklet, and you can see this long line of towers that the applicant is proposing might be on the north side of West 5th from their own application booklet. Next slide. I took those locations, put massing model in just so you can see it in 3D a little bit lower, and you can look at the impacts on West 4th on the spring equinox. Next slide. And that's actually a shadow study. Shadow studies are too great. Next slide. If you look at the Broadway Plan solar protections, you can see that a good part of West 4th is a protected village high street. Next slide. And if you go into the solar access part of the plan, it actually says that, yeah, there are exceptions, but the exceptions will be assessed on a case-by-case basis. It's not a blanket. You can do anything you want if you say you have some form of social housing. Next slide. So we have to also distinguish the kind of village high streets. You've got the north-south streets like Main and Granville, and you have the east-west streets. When you have a north-south street like Main Street on the top left corner, you could have a rezoning application go into it at 10 o'clock in the spring equinox, but that shadow would move away just before 11, so you'd have less than 1 hour of shadow going into the protected Main Street or on the equinox. And it's a completely different story when you have an east-west street where you do have the 10 o'clock shadow on the equinox. Next slide. But you have the shadow going for the entire 6 hours, having an impact on West 4th Avenue. Completely different from a north-south street. The impacts are very, very large. Next slide. If you look at what would be possible here, well, if you would actually take the building, which I have on both sides of the street, and I sunk it on the right side by 24.75 meters, that's about how much you would have to cut it down to size so you protect the solar access to West 4th Avenue, the spring equinox. And you can actually see, next slide, you can see that there are two buildings, and the buildings that are 20 stories on the south side of West 5th, they're not an issue. The issue is this site on the north side of West 5th and any similar site like that. April 1st, 1 p.m., you still get shadows. It's well past the spring equinox. Next slide, 2 p.m., again, you have shadows on April 1st. Next slide, on April 12th, 12:45 p.m., yes, you're still making the shadow with the sidewalk on the north side. So the impacts are huge. They go well past the equinox. Next slide. Look at September the 1st, 2:45 p.m. You're still getting some shadow. It's also August 31st. So you're looking at putting shadow 23 days past the spring equinox and 22 days before the fall equinox. You're going right into that window that's supposed to be protected. Next slide. You have glorious sunshine on West 4th. It's a treasure. You just have to cut the building down in size so that you don't go into the protected solar area. Next slide. Brightside has this building, 6 stories, 2 of them. They just recently changed the definition of who they're going to rent to because this was supposed to be 100% seniors, and this council recently changed it so it isn't 100% seniors. And I'm concerned about the social housing not being really 100% shelter rate or welfare rate, but up to 70% market rental with the rest as hills. Next slide. You have glorious sunshine. You have a treasure. Don't blow it. Protect the solar access to West 4th Avenue and find a way to make this work. Next slide. Here's the sun again. Here's the sun in February. Next slide. Next slide. And one more. So yeah, this is the area, and find something that fits the context or at least bring it down in scale. Thank you for your time. And this solar access is on a case-by-case study, and look at the facts and look at the huge amount of impact all throughout the spring equinox and well past that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Louis Villegas.
Go at full screen, that would be great.
That's not my first slide, and it's not full screen. Hello. Great, thank you very much. My name is Louis Villegas. I am a 40-year Vancouver resident, practicing urbanism in Canada and the United States, low those 40 years. Next slide, please. I'm opposed to tower plans generally, and this tower in particular. I don't think it matters whether it's market housing or social housing. A tower form, as Steve just demonstrated, is not a good fit in a neighborhood. It belongs downtown. Next slide, please. Every tower approved by government perpetuates the housing crisis, destroying families, destroying neighborhoods, destroying the local economy, destroying Canadian middle class, and possibly not in this case, but we have seen a lot of renovictions going on. Next slide, please. The problem is with land left, increasing the cost of housing. And if it's a nonprofit project, it will still give the same impression in the marketplace that land lift is at play. Next slide, please. I am delighted to hear from staff that they're reconsidering recommending a review of the Broadway plan. I urge them to focus their efforts not just on the TRPP Band-Aid for compensating reno evictions, but on the elephant in the room, namely all the misery that has rained on neighborhoods by towers, some of which I will touch on next. Next slide, please. It is a fallacy that government will lower prices by giving away density and height. Bonusing density and height inflates land prices, driving up the cost of housing and triggering crises in housing affordability. This is known throughout the world, from New York to Tokyo to Hong Kong. Next slide, please. I see corruption, not madness, in the greedy tower plans. Government is deliberately sustaining a housing crisis to juice up revenues while fattening up their political supporters. Next. A fallacy implies a breakdown in logic. Yet the logic of the Frankenstein tower plans is irrefutable. Sustained over 3 decades, the government triggers a crisis in housing affordability by jacking up land prices, then pretends to have clean hands. Next. The crisis point comes when the rate of increase in housing costs surpasses the pace of salary increase. This year, adjusted for inflation, the median housing income in Greater Vancouver is 2% lower than it was in 1986. Next slide. Density and height rise linearly while housing prices increase exponentially. House prices today are 15 times over median household incomes, up from 10 times 5 years ago. Condos are 10.5 times higher. These are Greater Vancouver figures. Costs in the city are going to be higher. The definition of affordability is houses valued 3 times over household income, not 10 or 15 times. Condos are priced 105% over affordability, making a mockery of the 20% below market policy. Next. Land lift will maximize profits for developers, max revenue to government, but turn homeowners into renters. Next. The mechanics of land lift are very easy to explain. On commercial streets, the Frankenstein plans lift density and revenues by 2 to 7 times. Next, in residential footprint, the land lift is 10 to 30 times. No wonder that most towers applications we see are for buildings going up next to houses. Next. One consequence of land lift is neighborhoods are flooded with old decrepit houses held as rentals waiting to flip to a tower project. Next. We leave it for another day to show the SkyTrain, a people mover technology, as the second major cause of the housing crisis, trapping the population inside a too narrowly defined urban footprint. Next. The best solutions are always the simplest. Government can utilize the very mechanism being used to secure 20% below market rents to deliver GAHP, or GAP, guaranteed affordable houses in perpetuity for all Canadians. Next. We are at an inflection point. We can either have extreme wealth inequality with the toxic divisions and corruption required to make it thrive, including a government-made crisis in housing affordability. Or we can have a fair economy for all people, along with the democracy and the freedoms necessary to uphold it. Every one of us must choose oligarchy or democracy, but we can't have both. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. It's going to be a hard, next slide, please. It's going to be a hard struggle, but I urge council to put Frankenstein back in his bed.
We're at time. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker we have is speaker number 4, Sarah McLeod. Hey, Sarah.
Hey. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, staff. Thank you, applicant, architect, people who are here to answer questions. No, just getting to briefly look over it and having the presentations, which helped. I get the idea that this is replacing some really great, like, elderly social units. So and I know it's adding to it the way that it is, the form is proposed. My grandmother has lived in her 10-story, I think, at max, either 8 or 10, but the municipality has a max at 10 for elderly housing, for accessible reasons, obviously. So the power goes out a lot in the building, even at 10 stories. And if you have, that's kind of my question. I totally see that you could do a form like this and still offer all of the elderly units below the 10 floor mark, if that's what you're really concerned about. So I don't want to say that that's not what's offered, but we don't get any of that detail in the plan, so we don't know. So that was the thing to me. I mean, that's just my experience growing up, is like, oh, 10 stories was, and actually even recently in the municipality, like within the past couple of years, there was another elders building proposed at 10 stories, and it actually got, like the council there said, whoa, like we should cap it at 8, like this is already too much. You know, they're starting to manage stuff better. So that's just an interesting perspective. Also, the social housing units, I actually just have a question, like why, I don't understand why the definition is only 30% occupied by households with incomes below the BC housing income limits. Because, or I want to know, I guess, what broader things make the definition of social housing, because if it's not that, then what other broader things are it? Because then if you're providing social housing, for it to be a social housing, shouldn't all of them, 100% of them, have to have that standard? I don't know, I'm asking. Please lead me in a direction that I can follow. Also, there's currently the land that it is, 1,299 square meters. It's already like surpassing the current bylaw. Congratulations. Like there's 8 trees currently on it. Or sorry, that's the bylaw, and there's 9 trees currently on it. So that's amazing. Like more canopy than even the bylaw like says to give. And we know we're below on canopy. We're at best 30% in this city, and healthy is 40%. And so we're meeting that target, something to celebrate. But we're going to propose all of them to be removed. Maybe if the city can work with the architects and the designers and the applicants and everyone to see that we want to live with our neighbors, and our neighbors is every living thing around us, and we're trying not to just completely shadow it out, stomp it out, snuff it out. No, we actually want to live with it. Like, add it into the design, because I know it is there in the engineering condition 2.2 in K that they will, you know, get that final spacing, quantity, and location figured out, and it will be a part of the condition later on. But we've seen other applicants here that have said it in their proposal. So, I mean, I know you guys missed your chance to ask the applicant questions, but like, why isn't it possible to get that answer now? Like, why aren't we thinking ahead for the designs? Going back to the social units, I just realized too, they also even said in their presentation they can't guarantee that. They basically said the whole thing is speculative. Like the prices they meant, but that chart is what they're working on, but they said that they cannot guarantee that. Also, the 6 street trees that are, and you asked a question to the staff later on this morning on a previous one, but I want the wording to be recognized because you didn't do the right wording, so they didn't have to answer the question really, but it's for the protection of these 6 street trees during construction is required. So the design of the building is later going to destroy, kill these trees that only had to be protected during construction. And even that, they're breaking the bylaws over the city, the clients, applicants, they're not taking care of the street trees. So they are being sentenced to also be gone. And that's the wording that they put to be like, we only put our cigarettes on it during the construction. It was still there, and then, oh, it died later. Anyways, thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, this is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. If there are any additional speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. Great. And so, not seeing any, we're now going to take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to call in or come forward to the podium. So we have, okay, we got to get everyone in here. Okay, so Clerk, do we have any additional speakers online or in person to provide comments? Sorry guys, we're going to get started again. Hello?
By design.
Sorry, I've always wanted to use that. That's the first time. Anyways, we are going to get started. We don't usually pull that out, but thank you. Has anyone ever done that?
Girl.
All right. Anyways, welcome back, everyone. Glad to see everyone here. So, Clerk, do we have any additional speakers online or in person to provide comments on this item? Okay, awesome. Thank you. We just wanted to start the meeting to be respectful for all the people that are signed up to speak. We just want to make sure we get through everyone today. So, okay. Is this Ken on the line?
Yes, it is. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Hi, greetings, Mayor and Council. My name is Ken McCreath. I live at the proposed development property at 2085 West 5th Avenue. I am very much in support of this redevelopment. Going back to moving here about 4 years ago from Marpole, and I also I'll get into that later. But moving to this property about 4 years ago, this 3-story walk up, I got to know my neighbors. Really great people, really a great community, and we got to know each other very well, and looked out for each other, took care of each other. But I noticed over time that, again, I would say a good 95% of my neighbors are over the age of 70. And this building, again, is not aging well. It's okay, but it's not aging well. But my neighbors need things like, assistance like elevators, and our building does not have those. So even simple things like taking recycling out or the garbage or doing laundry requires all these stairs, which is quite treacherous for some of my neighbors, my friends. And so I think this property, as much as we love it, as much as we love this little community we've kind of grown here at Arbutus and Fifth, but really the building has to change and grow. And on top of that, again, without the elevators here, it's going to be more difficult for people to enjoy or to appreciate their lives. So I think that, this new building, whatever height it happens to be, it will accommodate more people, and we're in a housing crisis. So, like, this building, has, I think, 20 units. 200, again, do the math, it makes more sense. And again, elevators, more amenities, and people can come back or stay in the neighborhood they love so much, like I do. So I think this project has to go ahead because the building is, again, it's aging. It's just not keeping up with the needs of the tenants. And as much as we love this place, but I really think that, growth is important. And I also have to say that before I moved here, I was in a building that was looked after by Brightside in Marpole. And that building has already, since been demolished and rebuilt. And one of our previous neighbors has moved back, and it's a beautiful building, and it's energy efficient, and it's a really great building. So I think Brightside is doing great work, and I just would hate to see Brightside being prevented from doing that here because they've done such great work. And also on top of that, when I left the French Street property in Marpole to come here, Brightside made it painless in the sense that they helped me with my move. I wasn't rushed. They took care of my move. It was very. It was so personal, and you don't get that because I have friends that have had to leave their building or whatever because of run eviction or whatever it happens to be, but they're on their own. Whereas with Brightside, that doesn't happen. They look out for their own, and so I think this project, I don't know about casting shade or shadow on 4th Avenue. It probably will, but this isn't the only tall building that will be built in this area. So I just hope it isn't singled out for that. And I think that this building and this property should go ahead. And that's pretty much what I have to say.
Great. Thank you very much for calling in. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Have a great night. So, Clerk, do we have any? Thank you. Do we have any additional speakers online or in person to provide comments on the item?
Just checking, Mayor. No one else on the line.
Great, thank you very much. Seeing that there are no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
No correspondence.
Okay. I am now going to close the receipt of public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
No, that's okay.
Great. Do our team members, thank you very much, by the way. Do our team members have any closing comments?
No closing comments. Thank you.
Great. Does council have any final questions for our team members, noting that no additional questions to the applicant are permitted? Councillor Kirby-Young, please go ahead.
Yeah, I do actually want to thank Brightside and thank the applicant, because anytime they bring an application forward to council, I have confidence that they're going to deliver the project. They're going to deliver it well. They are going to take care of the people, and they are going to achieve the maximum level of affordability that they can. And I do think that it's in similar situations, sometimes council has more question marks in our minds because you're waiting to see what level of CMHC financing for different rental projects, or sometimes in the case of social housing and nonprofits, what grants are available. But I think that Brightside has a demonstrated track record of achieving the maximum affordability, not just at the initiation of new projects, but subsequently working to improve and increase that over time. As they're able to do while still meeting the responsibilities for maintenance and ensuring that their buildings are running well and functioning well. So I appreciate that. And I do appreciate hearing from real people that are directly impacted by the project, that have actually lived in Brightside communities, or, you know, or some connected in some way, because that's very valuable. I will say for me as a councillor, and I would assume also for my colleagues, in terms of hearing what the impact is on those that are going to be most directly connected to it. I used to live right in this neighborhood at Arbutus and a few blocks up the street. And it is a great neighborhood and a growing one, but I think it's called Arbutus Court now. Yep, I see a nod happening. And some of those buildings are feeling their age, certainly, I think, in terms of some of the accessibility components and modern amenities that could make life, I think, a bit easier for those folks that honestly should be really taken care of, particularly like the one gentleman that we had speak to us. I think it was, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. What was your name? Mr. McCreath, who was lovely. And so thank you for taking the time to come and speak. We really appreciate it, and appreciate you advocating for building that you yourself, by your own admittance, may not live in. But you see the benefit of advocating for others that can have the same experience that you did. So I really appreciate the project, and I have great respect for this applicant. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you, and thanks very much to the applicant and all the speakers, but particularly the residents that spoke, who currently live in this building. For me, this is a very easy decision to make, because it's so important for the residents of this future building to have access to an elevator and cooling. We know that during the heat dome, the 619 people that died in BC, a lot of them were elderly and disabled. So having access to cooling in a building is a huge improvement, and also the accessible design. So yeah, this looks like a really great project that I'm right behind. Thank you.
Great. And just a reminder, we're still in, I guess, questions, and there will be an opportunity for discussion after that as well. So, Councillor Orr.
Oh, sorry, this is questions?
This is questions still.
Oh, so okay, I can save it for discussion.
All good? Great. Thank you we'll get you back on the line again. Councillor Dominato.
Have we not, I'm happy to move the recommendations if there's any further questions. Sorry, I thought we'd already moved them, so.
No, in about 12 seconds.
Oh, okay, I'll wait then, thanks.
Okay, great. Seeing no one else in the queue, did we receive any additional public comments since the close of public comments?
We did not.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so council will now make its decision on this application. Do we have a mover of the recommendations? Councillor Dominato, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. So council, is there any discussion? And Councillor Orr, I know you're up. Great, thank you, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks again to the staff and applicant for clarifying, especially the difficulty in acquiring the funding streams. That's actually something I didn't know. And so thanks for answering my questions before I could embarrass myself, asking why it was 200 units of social housing, but only 30% guaranteed at Hills. So thanks for that. And thanks to Councillor Maloney for bringing up the heat dome. That's something that's super important. We need, these buildings to be modernized and accessible. And yes, trees are important, but also like the gentleman who came to speak, this actual people that we're considering, that means so much to them, these buildings, and this housing provider, seems to be going above and beyond, especially with the TRPP. So we were only at 5% of our social housing targets, so this is just much needed. I'm pleased to support. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And happy to reflect on this application. I think it's interesting because I was reading over some of the comments that were received, and there were some in support, some in opposition, and certainly what I heard in those in opposition was concern over the size and the density of this proposal. But I think that's what the discussions we're often having at council on these public hearing items is the trade-offs and the big picture. And I think what we heard really clearly from the speakers this evening is how important the social housing is to meeting the diversity of needs in our city. Some of it's around affordability, but some of it is also about accessibility. We heard about the meeting the Rick Hansen gold standard in this building and construction. That's actually something we've heard through both our accessibility strategy as well as our elder person strategy that the city's adopted is the need for that. So really hearing from some of the residents was really helpful, and that I also heard from the applicant themselves that, they are taking some care because they are actually already operating that building, and so taking some care in terms of the existing tenancies and tenants. And I think a number of us from council have already been to other Brightside projects, for example, one in Mount Pleasant, so familiar with the operator. But I think the other point that was raised, and I think also an important one that Councillor Maloney raised around an upgraded building from what is there presently, and the ability to have elevators, better access, but also heating and cooling. And I do also appreciate that reference around the heat dome, because we are trying to, with new buildings, it's way easier to make sure those provisions are in place. But right now, a lot of cities are trying to support property owners in retrofits of existing buildings, and that's a lot harder and it's a lot more expensive as well. And so I just want to acknowledge that as well. And I think it's also a fantastic neighborhood. The Arbutus Greenway is right nearby, and lots of other amenities and services as well. So I think overall it's a really good project, and so I'm happy to support it this evening.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay. Seeing no one else on the queue, a reminder that any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to sections 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. I'm now going to call a vote. Well, can we, we're just going to call a vote. You know what? I think I might talk slowly for about 20 seconds to see if everything's okay there. We take a recess for 1 minute? Yeah, 2 minutes. We're going to take a recess for 2 minutes, please. All right. Do you have to, what's that? All right, we're back, everyone. Okay, so I'm now going to call the vote. Sorry for the interruption there. Can we please go to the voting panel? And
Mayor, this is Councillor Bly. I've been online and am prepared to vote, but I'll just note that it's showing a voting screen has already happened.
yeah, we just refreshed it.
Okay.
All right. So if we can get great, and that passes unanimously. Great. So that completes item number 2. Thank you, everyone. Okay, moving right along. The next item on the docket is CD-1 rezoning 1855 West 2nd Avenue. Does anybody have a conflict that they wish to declare? No? Okay, the clerk's now going to read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by JTA Development Consultants to rezone 1855 West 2nd Avenue from RM4 Residential District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 20-story mixed-use building containing 171 rental units with 20% of the residential floor area for below-market rental units and commercial space on the ground floor. A floor space ratio of 6.8 and a height of 60 meters with additional height for rooftop amenity space are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 6 pieces of correspondence in support, 30 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 1 piece of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thank you very much. Okay, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. Now, there will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. We do have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application, and
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Staff would like to note there is a yellow memo attached to this report that would need to be moved as well. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Leif Kavissers, and I'm the rezoning planner for this application considered under the Broadway Plan. Can everyone see my presentation? Perfect, thank you. The site indicated in red is located mid-block on the north side of 2nd Avenue between Cypress and Burrard Streets. There's a lane to the rear. It is currently developed with a 3-story rental apartment building. Surrounding properties include commercial, residential, and park. The site is well served by transit, bicycle infrastructure, and amenities. It's located within 700 meters of the future Arbutus SkyTrain station with bikeways and Cypress, Burrard, and West 1st Avenue. The proposal is being considered under the Broadway Plan. The plan permits consideration of rezoning for rental housing towers up to 20 stories and 6.5 FSR. The plan also allows for consideration of an additional density of about 3.3 FSR for ground floor retail and service uses. The application was submitted in January 31st of 2024 for a 20-story rental residential building with 2 levels of amenity. The commercial is proposed on the ground floor. Proposed density is 6.8 FSR and a building height of 197 feet is proposed. There are 171 rental units with 20% at below market rents. Parking and loading are also to be accessed from the laneway. This table compares rates for below market rental and market rental based on unit types. Shown in red dashes, this application is providing below market rents that are 20% below average market rent. 191 submissions were received during the public engagement period. Support for the increase in rental housing stock and for the proposed locally serving commercial space was received. Concerns were related to the height and massing, views and shadowing, and increased traffic and tenant displacement. In terms of response to public feedback, the density and massing are consistent with the Broadway Plan. The application does not encroach into protected views. Condition 1.2 ensures no new shadows will be cast on the north sidewalk of West 1st Avenue and Seaforth Peace Park from the spring equinox to the fall equinox between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Tenants who meet eligibility criteria are protected under the tenant protection policy with additional supports offered under the Broadway plan. In terms of public benefits, along with 171 rental units with approximately 34 below market rent, this project is expected to propose a DCL of $1.9 million and a public art contribution of $240,000. In conclusion, this project meets the Broadway plan and staff support this application subject to conditions. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer questions.
Great, thank you very much. Would the applicant like to present the application if in attendance?
Thank you.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is James Todd, Principal of JTA Development Consultants, and I'm here as applicant on behalf of the local landowner seeking to rezone 1855 West 2nd Avenue. I want to respectfully ask for your support in advancing this proposal, a purpose-built secured rental development that includes below-market rental homes. As you know, Vancouver is in the midst of a profound housing crisis. There is a significant shortage of secure, long-term rental housing, especially options that are affordable to working individuals, families, and seniors. This project directly addresses that need. The proposed building will add new secured rental homes to a high-demand, centrally located area, steps away from transit, services, and jobs. Importantly, 20% of the residential floor area will be dedicated to below-market rental units, in alignment with the city's Broadway plan. These homes will be permanently secured as rental, providing lasting affordability in the community. We've worked closely with city staff and engaged meaningfully with the local community to ensure the project is sensitive to its surroundings and fits well into the existing urban fabric. The design incorporates sustainability measures, thoughtful urban design, and amenities that benefit both future residents and local serving commercial that will service the broader neighborhood. This is a modest but meaningful contribution to the city's rental housing stock, and one that comes with real social benefit. We're offering secure homes for folks who need it. The proposal will follow the tenant protection policy. Somerville has been engaged for this project, and there have been 8 touch points with tenants since application. In addition to the TRP, interim housing during construction will be offered within the owner's portfolio of properties with the same landlord within the same neighborhood to ensure tenants are able to remain in their neighborhood if they choose before being offered their right of first refusal to return. Thank you for your time and consideration. We are here with MAHG Architects to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Now, are there any questions from council to our team members or the applicant, noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant? I'm not seeing anyone in the queue. So this is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. We're now going to hear from the public. Any registered speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium when your name is called. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. So our first speaker today is speaker number 1, Craig Bessie. Craig, are you on the line?
I am.
Great, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great. Terrific. Well, thanks for the opportunity to speak and express my concerns regarding the rezoning application. By way of background, I'm Craig Bessie, as we already covered there, and I'm the owner and resident of a townhome that's 3 properties west of the proposed rezoning location. As a born and raised Vancouver resident of 45 years, I'll start by saying that I'm generally pro-development, as I acknowledge we are a growing city and require housing supply to meet demand. That said, my primary concern regarding the rezoning application here is based on the location and the feel of the neighborhood that it surrounds. This is a charming community with wonderful people and great character. As you'd all know, KIT's identity is based around the low-rise rental buildings that have created a vibrant and positive neighborhood for decades. The addition of a 20-story rental building clearly has the ability to permanently alter the ecosystem of these neighborhoods, in my opinion. This site, for example, has immediate neighbors on both sides that are a single detached home followed by a duplex, of which I'm a townhome neighboring that duplex. Also of note, unlike the previous rezoning application, the current building on this property does not appear to be end of life, as it's in very good shape and fits the mold of the neighborhood really quite well. All of that said, just seems to be very short-sighted, a short-sighted provision within the Broadway plan to accept rezoning applications, in my opinion, for properties in these locations that clearly complement the community in their current form as high-standard rental units. For transparency, I fully support the Senaki development and others that are surely to follow in the neighborhood, such as the Molson Brewery site. I have no idea what's happening there, but something should happen there sooner than later. But to think that we intend to permit 20-story towers within quaint and charming low-rise neighborhoods that are immediately neighbored by single detached homes, duplexes, and townhomes, as I've highlighted, just seems panicked and without the considerations that result. As I walk my dog through the neighborhood, the vast majority of these classic KITS rental buildings just recently have vacancy, and this is before the occupancy of the Senaki development. I also understand that the average rents in Vancouver are down about 10% over the past year, and therefore clearly supply is catching up. I therefore strongly feel we should tap the brakes on approving high-density rental developments in these sort of charming residential KITS neighborhoods that have provided a wonderful home for individuals and families for decades past, and surely will continue to do so over the years ahead. I support developments on locations that make sense for 20-story towers, many of which will be neighboring over the coming decade, but this is certainly not one of them. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is Haken Coyote.
Not on the line, Mayor.
Not on the line, okay. Speaker number 3, Stephen Boas.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. My name's Stephen Boas. I'm a renter, and I live in Vancouver. I'm opposed to this rezoning. This is another Broadway plan demoviction of a perfectly good building at the edge of a Tier 3 zone. And this is kind of architecture and buildings that we should be saving and not tearing down. Part of this building is actually not even just all rental. It is partially used by STRs, as a previous speaker has said at another item. Next slide. If we go back to 2018, at the start of the Broadway plan, there was this map shown to the previous council when it was started, and there is a study area shown the Broadway plan, but there's a focus area in purple. And just note how the top northeastern or northwestern part of this study area is outside of the focus area. So this wasn't really an area for focus when the Broadway plan was started. Things have changed, yes, I know, but this is what the terms of reference were. Next slide. Yeah, I've got my computer model. There are some more towers I have to add, but you can see the context here relative to the scale of the existing neighborhood. This is at the extreme edge of a Tier 3 zone. And the predominant form here is 3-4-story mix of strata and condo and rental buildings. This is a rental building. Next slide. Also showing the relationship with the buildings around it. Next slide. And also it is quite a distance to the Granville Street SkyTrain, which is more than 800 meters and just a little bit less than 800 to the other one at Arbutus. Next slide. If we look at the shadow impacts, so here there is respect for the Broadway plan shadow protection, unlike the previous item. But there is a big danger that there are impacts that are going further into parks. Next slide. So this is showing March the 20th, which is on the left side. And you go a month past or so of the fall equinox, October 20th, which is still a comfortable place outside, and you're getting more shadows on the park zone. So this is what happens when you have a very, very tall building that just hugs the edge of the park on the equinox. The impacts become very large very quickly versus smaller buildings closer to the park that just hit that shadow boundary. Next slide. And then here we have a comparison. October 20th at 12:15 left, and November 20th, 1:15, which is the same time because we have the switch between daylight savings time and standard time, with a very, very long shadow. So this is what happens when you have these extremely tall towers with sculpted shapes there that hit the edge of the park boundary on the equinox. There's a lot of shadow impact on the shoulder season. Next slide. So what are we doing with all of these rental buildings? Here's another building that's not too far from my workplace in South Granville. And it's a target for a demo eviction, 4-story building, perfectly fine. There's no reason to tear it down. And how many tenants have to be displaced, really? Next slide. Another mature rental building. How many more tenants have to lose their homes before we realize that the Broadway plan policies are failed policies? The staff assurance is that there would be very little or basically no uptake on rental building sites made at the time of the passage of the Broadway plan, that those were not true. The predictions are not holding. The assumptions need to be examined because you're tearing down one building after another full of rental, and tenants are being displaced at a huge scale. Next slide. This is a poster I saw on the screen, and I kind of sympathize with the tenant who's got the tower falling over on them, and the threat is real. Demotion, a lot of people are losing sleep, especially when they live in a building that is about to be demo evicted. Next slide. Just a few streets over, another rental building up for demo eviction. When is it going to be enough? Like, how many people have to lose their homes for these tower developments that are unnecessary on these sites before you can say that the Broadway plan is a failed plan and there should be a moratorium on tearing down mature rental buildings and on the demo evictions? Next slide. This is a perfectly good building. There's no reason to tear it down. Next slide. Next slide. And consider your pace of change policy. Just one more slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Lewis. Legas, sorry.
Mayor. I have a presentation. Oh, there we go. And that's just a cover shot. Yeah, there we go. I'm a 40-year Vancouver resident. My name is Louis Villegas. I've practiced urbanism in Canada and the US those 40 years. Next slide, please. I am opposed to tower plans generally, and this tower in particular, since based on my professional practice, I can state with authority that this is a bad plan and this is a bad building. Next. Every tower approved by government perpetuates the housing crisis, destroying families, destroying neighborhoods, destroying local economies, destroying the Canadian middle class, and reno-evicting neighborhood residents from the place they call home. All that misery for what? Rather than plan for everyone, a government captured by industry gives it away to the major financial contributors. Next. An unbroken chain of logic links this report, the application, the plan amendments, Victoria's illegitimate TOT legislation, to a one-size-fits-all tower and SkyTrain plan, hatched in an echo chamber to bastardize our neighborhoods by selling them off quite literally to the highest bidder. Next. I fully support a top-down review of the plan and urge government to change course, not just on the demo eviction TRAPP, but on the elephant in the room, on all the misery being rained by the tower plans on our community. Next. It is a fallacy that increasing the housing stock will drive down prices. Land is a commodity in short supply, not tower floor plates. Next. To add land, government must build fast and efficient transit. The SkyTrains are a people mover technology. The reach is limited to the inner ring of suburbs. Limited by the outrageous cost of building the separated automated transit. Over the first 40 years, SkyTrain built only 2 kilometers per year on average. Next. 4 new lines of streetcar LRT, providing 477 kilometers of fast and efficient transit instead of 80, can connect the regions, delivering gap houses for 4.25 million souls over the next 40 years. That's a build-out rate of 12 kilometers per year for the transit, or 6 times over SkyTrain levels. And all for the same price. It's hard to make this stuff up. Next. Human scale build-out, and I was interested to hear the first caller talking about a tower going up next to his house and his neighbors' houses and how that's going to feel. But human scale build-out and LRT streetcar will end the ill effects of crowding, reported as, next slide, a sink in behavior that has been observed in laboratories where rapid rates of population intensification bring about infertility. This is with a population of lab mice. Pregnancies brought unsuccessfully to term, low levels of care for their offspring, sexual deviancy, cannibalism, frenetic overactivity side by side with pathological withdrawal and isolation and so on. Really bad stuff. Next slide, please. The one statistic that matches with what we're seeing in Vancouver is a declining birth rate. We see that BC on the left-hand side is a birth rate of 1.0. Next slide. The most critical issues for sustaining high levels of social functioning are to control the rate of increase in density and the rapid rates of increase in population growth. Next. On top, the CMHC guideline for housing costs are 1/3 household income. On bottom, when housing costs double, the money circulating in the local economy is cut in half, causing shops to close and jobs to go begging. That is too bad because mom and pop shops are the backbone of employment in the Canadian economy. Finally, back to that, next slide, please. Back to that birth rate of 1.0 births per mother.
Yes.
After 7 generations.
If I may, and I apologize for interrupting this diatribe, but am I correct that speakers should try to focus their comments on the specific application? I'm not sure if we're taking a trip through general overall commentary on all things sociological, economical, but could we ask the speaker to perhaps limit their comments or focus them on the application?
Thank you. So, Louis, we can, we can keep the connection between the comments and the project at hand a little tighter. That'd be great.
I understand the objection. On the 5th slide, I showed how there is a logic chain that connects the application, the report, the plan, victorious legislation, the original Broadway plan, and even the regional Sustainable Livable Regions plan from 1996. It's all the same piece, Councillor. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next speaker we have is speaker number 5, Margot Bell. Margot, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So again, my name's Margot Bell. I live in Kitsilano, Vancouver, and I oppose the proposal for the building. And the challenge is that I am fully supportive of the creation of more affordable rental housing. The piece I oppose is the scale, and I know this is not new for you to hear, just the scale of the high-rises as the primary strategy for the overall Broadway plan. I also wonder, again, it's not new with Sanok, which is fantastic, coming into play with over 6,000 rental units just across Burrard. Is this location one that makes sense in keeping in mind the Broadway plan priorities? The other one is the speed at which the Broadway plan is proceeding with 139 applications in play and the approvals happening so quickly on what was supposed to be a 30-year plan. So all of that in terms of the macro. And then if I zoom in on 1855 specifically, the plan is to have up to 5 commercial businesses, and this is a residential street. We have Cornwall, First Avenue, Burrard, 4th Avenue nearby. And I just ask for consideration to protect this quiet neighborhood street that's just so lovely. And parking, traffic, everything will come with bigger volume of tenants and also the residential. And the alley between, because there's a commercial on First Avenue, between the increased traffic, waste removal, commercial deliveries into the alley, the impact it will have on people living in the area. So to keep that in mind. And so just in terms of my micro level, I live in the building right next door to the west of this building. So I live at 1865. And this high-rise will literally be a few meters away from our home. And I don't underestimate what it will likely mean to have a dog run 1 story below my bedroom, a social area 4 stories above my bedroom, and a play area 3 stories above my bedroom for 171 units. And this will potentially leave our lot, it's a 25-meter lot right next door, concerned that it will be left orphaned with this big development next door. So I wrestle with the tension of really wanting to have more affordable housing. Are these high-rises the solution? And can it be more to scale with these beautiful neighborhoods that they will impact? That's all I want to say. Please hold sacred the beauty that is Vancouver. Make good decisions. And thanks for this opportunity to speak. And I sincerely hope these points are heard and given serious consideration. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 6, Stella Vetterleen. Hopefully I pronounced your name correctly.
Good evening. My name is Stella Vetterlein. I have lived in Kitsilano for the past 23 years. I am opposed to this development as I am opposed to all of the towers in this North of 4th neighbourhood. On page 6 of the JTA Development Consultant's proposal for this site, they write, the residential site is located in the Kitsilano community. The neighbourhood voted as Vancouver's best neighbourhood more than 5 years running by the readers of the Georgia Straight, as well as the neighbourhood that best represents Vancouver in the West End newspaper. Do you know why this neighbourhood is so beloved by its residents and visitors? It's because of its beautiful views of the mountains and ocean, its pretty tree-lined residential streets with gardens and a mixture of houses and low-rise apartment buildings. It's because of its safe, village-like community atmosphere and its lovely beaches and unique shops. This is a wonderful neighbourhood precisely because this type of unbridled and ugly development has not been allowed, and because massive overcrowding has not been allowed. The Broadway plan has far exceeded its scope, encroaching into this residential area. The proposed tower is entirely at odds with its surroundings and should not be allowed. During the 1970s, when a couple of 12-story towers were built off Vine Street before public outcry prevented more, the directive was set that new buildings should maintain views and that the buildings should not be higher than the trees. In addition, generous setbacks were enforced with landscaping surrounding the buildings. By keeping buildings to only 4 to 5 stories, this also helped to keep the population at a manageable level. Even so, this is already a densely populated area where residents struggle to find a doctor. Already there is traffic congestion and difficulty finding parking. Already it is hard to find employment. Already it is hard to find childcare spaces and to register children for community activities and sports. Already Henry Hudson Elementary is at capacity as it has been for the last 13 years. All this even before the influx of 6,000 to 9,000 people predicted to come with the completion of the Senok development just 4 blocks from this proposed tower. The renderings that JTA submitted are misleading. They show West 2nd Avenue as significantly wider than it truly is. This both distorts how imposing this tower will be at street level and implies that there is an easy passage for two-way traffic while allowing for parked cars on both sides of the street, which this is not the case. There is also some very fanciful language used on page 16 to describe the design concept. It describes the minimal yet playful aesthetic, the facade as an alternating pattern of solid and void, and as the building ascends towards the sky, the reflective metal cladding dematerializes. A subtle graduation in tone towards blue merges with the sky on our clearest days and provides the beauty and joy of colour on our greyest. I find it incredible that this development has been described as playful. Believe me, there is nothing remotely playful about the years of noise, dust and disruption that will be caused during construction. There is nothing either minimal or playful about 20 stories of very solid tower block obliterating the view. And it is frankly offensive that they suggest that incorporating the colours of the nearby heritage houses on the undersides of the balconies will make it fit into the neighbourhood. The description of the landscaping at street level on page 23 was also mystifying. It says there are generous setbacks to allow for large retail plaza balanced with soft planting. Please compare the 6 wide metre planting beds proposed in front of this building by the approximately 9 metres of planting that goes the entire front and back of my apartment building, incorporating mature trees, shrubs and a pollinator garden. Furthermore, this particular development, 1855 West 3rd Avenue, raises an even more personal ire for me because I live on the 1800 block of West 3rd Avenue. This tower will dominate my view from my apartment. All my neighbours living on the north side of the apartment building will also see it, where we currently enjoy a private outlook to trees, rooftops and mountains. In fact, the reason when many of us chose to live there in the first place, we will instead have this tower blocking our view. Presumably all the people on the south side of the tower will also be able to see us.
I'm sorry, we're at time.
I just have one more sentence. Sure. This tower, should it be approved, will serve as a constant reminder of the short-sighted, irresponsible nature of the current Vancouver City Council, as they forever ruin Vancouver's best neighbourhood.
We have speaker number 2 back on the line. Aiken Coyote.
Hi there. Thank you for the opportunity to address council. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Yes, I'm also am a resident of Vancouver. My name's Aiken Coyote, and I live in the 1900 block of West 2nd, so also very close, and I'm calling in to speak strongly in support. Many of the other speakers just spoke about how fantastic the neighborhood is that we all live in, and it's quite disheartening to hear the number of people speaking against allowing more people to come and live there. In terms of neighborhood context, the context of Kitsilano is changing. I'm sure everybody can see the 3 towers at Senok that have just topped off, and they are higher than the tower that is proposed at this site. There's certainly significantly more density the First Nations are much more ambitious than we're allowing developers to be on the existing streets. As to how quiet the neighborhood is, it certainly is an incredible place to walk around. But personally, I don't spend my time walking down the laneways in Kitsilano, and that is where the loading and the parking has been placed for this building. Certainly, my only reservation with it is the fact that people are already living here and that we're seeing, a lot of displacement. And while that is challenging, these people are protected. And if I could speak to the applicant for a minute, maybe I would suggest that you have a conversation with the First Nation, the Squamish Nation, about providing housing, temporary housing in the Snock development, because it will be completed before you're likely to be finished the development process. But generally, this tower is going to allow more people to live in the neighborhood. I live in this neighborhood. I don't have a car, so I'm not adding as a neighbor to the traffic congestion that is there. And many, many, many people who choose to live in this new development will also likely not own a car. They will access the excellent bike lanes which exist on Cypress Street, the incredible bike lanes that cross the Burrard Street Bridge, and the new bike lanes that will also allow access to downtown via the Granville Street Bridge. So I strongly urge council to vote in support of this project, and while it will bring change to our neighborhood, which apparently is the best neighborhood in Vancouver, news to me, although I probably would have told you that if I was recommending a place to live. So I strongly urge you to support it, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. If there are any additional speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. And Sarah, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sarah McLeod. Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff, applicant. Myself, this is just me personally, was taught a skill, I think, a tool called yes and. And so, yes, we all love the trees, but, it's good to hear other people's perspectives. There is alternative perspectives. There is, I love trees at yes, and I love birds, yes, and I love bugs, yes, and I love each one of you, yes, and I love community, and yes, I love if we can provide an equitable community to all of our neighbors that we love. I understand there are different perspectives and alternative things to everything, and I accept that. So I think it would be nice if there was some open-mindedness to accept the other alternatives. Yes, and I love you, yes, and I love you more. Like, I don't know why we have to put buts in all of that. So speaking of the green elephant in the room, 9 trees are what is required on this square meterage. There are 7 existing ones. Now they're not even saying what they're doing to them. Now they're just acknowledging they're there, I guess, which is good, but there's no plan in there from the applicant about what happens with them. But you can assume by the couple sentences later, by the 9 replacements proposed, that they're saying they're felling the trees without saying they're felling the trees because they don't want to say the thing that they're doing. If I'm wrong, great. But let's, I guess, work with the 9 replacements proposed. So that meets the bylaws requirement. Why aren't they able to tell us, or can they? I don't know. My question would be, what types of trees are they considering? So that we know, how big they grow, how much space they need. It sets all those things of form of development. Like that thing will affect the form of development if it's actually done with real consideration. And an important question to go back to equitability, especially with these trees, not only what kinds of trees, but honestly, tell us the plan. Where do you plan to put them with the proposed form of development? Because if they're on the roof of the building, that is not equitable to the rest of the public realm that lives in Vancouver. It is not. So you can't help but question what people's motives are, It's very clear what benefits the public and what benefits the private. And we live in private houses, so we like our private space, and we are private citizens. And we do need that space, but people have pointed out, like, the amount of space is already there. I live next to a special projects too, so this one's close to a special projects, I guess, with Snook, and I live close to the Heatherlands special project, and all of the density is just in those special projects. So the density is, I don't know, fake, or like just like not like truthful in terms of actually filling all of that. And in the meantime, it sends everyone else away. Also about the construction, because it's coming down the pipeline for this area, I guess then, because I'm around the Heatherlands area. Hopefully a lot of volunteers volunteer. It sounds like there's a lot of people that love the area, so I'm sure they will if the city doesn't do it, but it really is a thing that the city is not considering, which I think they should in hiring, which is the amount of density, if it's real. Like, where's the cleanup? Where's the traffic directors? I currently volunteer, and I have to go 2 times a week just to make the street look as it was the day before. And then the construction workers working on Oak Ridge, Heatherlands, the one up the street, all the other ones, just throw all their stuff back on the ground again. And even though stuff that is on private property, you can't do anything about it unless the city says they want to order it and actually take the cash money and do it so that it sets an example. But they can't do anything without doing that. Yeah.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, we're now going to take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to come in or come forward to the podium. Let's reset timer for 2 minutes. All right, do we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Great. So Clerk, do we have any additional speakers online or in person to provide comments on this item?
We do not.
Great. Seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
There has not been.
Okay, I am now closing the receipt of public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments? No. Great, thank you. Do our team members have any closing comments? No, thank you. Does council have any final questions, not comments, but questions for our team members, noting no additional questions to the applicant are permitted? And I do not see anyone on the queue, so I'm going to keep going. So Clerk, have we received any additional public comments since the close of public comments?
We have not.
Okay, yellow memo. I'll remind council that we need to move the recommendation for item 3 together with a yellow memo dated June the 20th, 2025, entitled rezoning 1855 West 2nd Avenue, conditions of approval in Appendix B. Okay, council will now make its decision on this application. Do we have a mover for the recommendations and the yellow memo? Thank you, Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Orr. Thank you very much. Council members, is there any discussion? Okay, we're going to keep going. Okay, a reminder that any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. I'm now going to call the vote. If we can please go to the voting panel, and if you can register your vote, that would be great. And that passes unanimously, and that completes item number 3. Thank you very much. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Okay, moving on. Item number 4, CD-1 rezoning 254 East 12th Avenue. Does anyone have a conflict that they wish to declare? Seeing none, the clerk's now going to read the application and the summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by JTA Development Consultants to rezone 254 East 12th Avenue from RM4 Residential District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of an 18-story mixed-use building containing 145 rental units with 20% of the residential floor area for below-market rental units and commercial use on the ground floor. A floor space ratio of 6.80 and a height of 59.4 meters with additional height for rooftop amenity space are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 4 pieces of correspondence in support, 4 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 2 pieces of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great, thank you. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. Now, we do have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Are you able to see the presentation, and is it on the live stream? It's available. All this. Good. Sounds good. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Austin Norrie. I'm the planner for this rezoning application coming under the Broadway plan. The site, 254 East 12th Avenue, identified red on the map, is located along East 12th Avenue between Watson and Sophia Street. The site is zoned RM4 and 1 block adjacent to the commercially zoned arterials of Main Street and Kingsway. The site is currently developed with a 3-story rental building. There are 35 rental units on the site, of which approximately 30 existing rental tenants are eligible for protections under the Enhanced Tenant Relocation and Protection Policy. The buildings around the rezoning site are roughly 3 stories in height, except for the property directly to the east, which is a seniors assisted living building at 7 stories. Looking at the surrounding context, the site is located within 400 meters of the future anticipated Mount Pleasant SkyTrain station at Main and Broadway. In addition, the site is in close proximity to recreational centers, elementary schools, childcares, parks, and cycle routes. The site is located in the Mount Pleasant Area A, MSAA subarea of the Broadway Plan. The Broadway Plan permits up to 20 stories of secured market rental housing, with 20% of the residential floor area being towards below market rental units. The max density under the Broadway Plan is 6.5 FSR. However, an increase of 0.3 FSR is supportable for ground floor, local serving retail, and service uses. The proposal was submitted on March 28, 2024, and the applicant is proposing an 18-story mixed-use building with a 3-story podium. Approximately 3,700 square feet of ground floor local serving retail is proposed. The proposal includes 145 secured market rental units, with 20% of the floor area to be allocated towards BMR units. The proposal includes a maximum of 6.8 FSR, and with the inclusion of the amenity room, the proposal has a maximum height of 205 feet. There are 3 levels of underground parking, of which is accessible through the lane. The average starting rents are shown in the table provided, as well as the average household incomes that they serve. Starting rents for the below market rental units are to be discounted by 20% below the citywide average rental rates. It's anticipated that the below market rental units will range from $1,300 to $2,800, depending on the number of bedrooms. A virtual Q&A was held from October 2nd to October 15th, 2024. 15 pieces of correspondence were received. Respondents were supportive of the proposal, given its location to a future SkyTrain station, that its height, density, and massing are suitable along an arterial street, and that the city is in need for more housing overall. Respondent concerns were related to that the height and density would affect the neighborhood's character, and that the proposal would contribute to an increase in traffic and parking congestion. In response to public feedback, the proposed height and density and scale and massing are consistent with the intent of the Broadway Plan. The application meets the expectations of the parking bylaw. In addition, the site's proximity to a future SkyTrain station is anticipated to reduce the number of future automobile trips. A transportation management plan will be submitted at the time of development permit application. Notably, this project is conditioned to deliver street improvements along East 12th Avenue, and a new traffic signal at Sophia and East 12th is anticipated to improve pedestrian safety and access. Tower separation is being applied to the proposal to ensure redevelopment opportunities nearby and improve the interface of neighboring sites. The public benefits associated with this application is the 145 secured market rental housing units and the 20% below market units being delivered. A CAC payment is not required, as the below market rental units offsets the land lift. The DCLs and public art contribution will contribute to just over $1.8 million towards public benefits. The applicant has requested the 100% waiver on the citywide DCL bylaw for the rental housing associated with the project. And to conclude, the proposal aligns with the Broadway Plan and advances the city's market rental housing targets. Staff recommend approval of this application, subject to conditions of approval in Appendix B of the report. Staff and the applicant team are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would the applicant like to present the application if
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is James Todd. I am Principal of JTA Development Consultants, and I'm here as the applicant for the rezoning of 254 East 12th Avenue, a proposal to deliver a secured rental building that includes below-market rental housing. This project represents a thoughtful and community-focused response to Vancouver's ongoing housing crisis. All of the homes proposed are secured rental, with 20% of the residential floor area dedicated to permanently below market units. These will provide much needed housing options for middle income residents who are struggling to find stable, affordable homes in the city. Throughout the process, we've worked closely with city staff and engaged with the local neighborhood to address concerns around our building adjacencies, light access, and privacy. In response, we significantly increased the side yard setback to 20 feet, well beyond the 8 feet required, and we've incorporated a ground floor landscape amenity space to create a green buffer between our building and the adjacent property to the east, Cavell Gardens. We've also consulted with city staff who have allowed office uses for the commercial space to potentially permit a future medical use as a potential offering to the neighborhood. These changes reflect our commitment to being a respectful and responsive neighbor. This project is about more than just adding housing. It's about building the right kind of housing in the right place with long-term community benefit. The site is located in a well-served, walkable neighborhood with excellent access to transit, schools, and services, an ideal location for secure rental homes. The proposal will follow the tenant protection policy. Somerville has been engaged for this project, and there have been 8 touch points with tenants since application. In addition to the TRP, interim housing during construction will be offered within the owner's portfolio of properties with the same landlord within the same neighborhood to ensure tenants are able to remain in their neighborhood if they choose, before being offered their right of first refusal to return. We believe this rezoning strikes a fair and balanced approach, adding new below-market and market rental homes while respecting the character and needs of the surrounding community. We respectfully ask for your support today so we can bring these much-needed homes to life. Thank you for your time and consideration. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Our architect, Studio One Architecture, is also available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council to our team or the applicant, noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant? Seeing no one in the queue. This is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. We're now going to hear from the public. Any registered speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium when your name is called. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Our first speaker today is speaker number 1, Brian Svoboda. Is Brian present, or is Brian on the line?
Brian is not on the line, Mayor.
Okay, speaker number 2, Stephen Boas.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Stephen Bose. I'm a renter. I used to live in Mount Pleasant. I know the area. And I'm opposed to this rezoning. It's another demo eviction. A lot of people continue to lose their homes because of a bad Broadway plan. I actually pay less rent than any unit that would be 20% below market in the proposed building. So it's really not affordable. And this site has 137-foot frontage, which under the original terms of the Broadway plan would not have been allowed for a rezoning for a tower. It was amended in the last minute. And I'll go into that a little bit more. Next slide. So this is a rendering that I've made showing the building in context. And it's curious that the same architects are responsible for 3 of the towers in this rendering, including the one in the foreground, which is the one in question. But there is a tower rezoning on the other side of the laneway, also by the same architect, and one on the other side of East 13th. So why don't the renderings show the local context of the towers if it's the same architects, with this application being submitted after those 2? Next slide. We've got Cavell Gardens that was mentioned. Yeah, it's a very nice 6-story building here for seniors. It's actually 2 buildings on Sophia. And the building in question here is on the right side of the picture. And it's got some nice trees. It's a type of housing that we should be saving. And the interesting thing here is that we actually had a Mount Pleasant community plan and a Mount Pleasant community plan implementation plan that was passed in 2013 in October. I was part of that committee, as was Michael Weeb and many other people. Thousands of people worked on the Mount Pleasant community plan. It was a ground-up plan focusing density on streets like Broadway and on Main and on special sites. And it was supposed to be a 30-year plan. We were assured by planning staff when we put in that time on that committee that that is going to be a plan for the neighborhood. And what would have been off limits? Yes, the 3-story rental buildings and 4-story rental buildings. There weren't supposed to be redevelopment of towers. Next slide. So yeah, we're going to do a little walk. That's the other side of the laneway. Another rezoning at 229 East 13th. Another rental building up for demo eviction. Let's go to the front. Next slide. And you can see the rezoning sign, same architects. Next slide. And I'll just mention that the shadow study with that application that's still up on Shape Your City is a fraudulent shadow study that tries to purport that Main Street would not be shaded at 10 a.m. on the spring equinox. And I've got the correct shadow study on the right. And that false information is still up on the city's website. So this is how consultation is done on Shape Your City. The incorrect information is shown to the public and is never corrected. And we can talk about that in more detail. I wanted to point that up. And this rezoning is the previous to the one on 254 East 12th. Next slide. We've got another gorgeous rezoning. Again, the same architect at Sophia and East 13th. Another tower, another demo eviction. How many tenants are going to have to lose their homes before this council says enough is enough? Planning staff assured us that they would see very little uptake in the redevelopment of mature rental buildings when the Broadway plan was passed in 2022. You can review the tapes. This is what planning staff said, and what we're seeing now is one rental building after another being torn down, residents being demo evicted for tower developments. Next slide. Here's another one at East 13th, 44. Also JTA, they've made a specialty in with Somerville, the same people involved in demo evicting people from mature rental buildings. It's quite a business model. Next slide. Another demo eviction, a couple of streets over, 310 East 10th. Gorgeous tree there as well to be cut down in the name of profits and towers. Next slide. And one more there on East 14th, 360 East 14th. And the interesting thing about sites like 255 East 12th is that it would not have been eligible at 137-foot frontage for a rezoning, but Councillor Kirby Young made an amendment to allow those sites above 99 feet to be eligible for a Broadway plan rezoning. And had that amendment never been raised, then none of the people living at 255 East 12th Avenue would be under the threat of demo eviction tonight. Next slide, and you have your piece of change policy that isn't being, one slide back. So yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 3, Louis Villegas. Villegas.
Mayor. My name is Louis Villegas. I am a 40-year Vancouver resident who needs glasses to read his own screen, practicing urbanism in Canada, in the U.S. Low those 40 years. Next slide, please. I am opposed to tower plans generally, and this tower plan in particular, since based on my professional practice, I can state with authority that this is a bad plan and this is a bad building. Next. Every tower approved by council perpetuates the housing crisis, destroying families, destroying neighborhoods, destroying the local economy, destroying the Canadian middle class, and reno-evicting neighborhood residents from the places they call home. All that misery for what? Rather than plan for everyone, a government captured by industry gives it all away to their major financial contributors. Next. This is the slide that would address Councillor Kirby Young's objection the last time I spoke here today. She's not in her chair. I'll add Russian dolls to it before I show it to you next, but it just shows how the Broadway plan, the application, the staff report, and going all the way back to the Livable Regions Plan of 1996, it's all the same concept. So if we want to change, we're going to have to dig deep. And doing research is something that this organization should be doing, not me. So an objection that says it's too much research is kind of weird. Next slide, please. I fully support this top-down review idea. Oh, I know, I fully support a top-down review. And I urge government to redouble efforts addressing not just the TRAPP Band-Aid for demo evictions, but the elephant in the room, all that misery rained on our neighborhoods to fatten up developer profits. Next slide, please. Breakdown in social functioning triggered by the Frankenstein Tower plans locates in the object fixation of the tower boosters. We have heard today several speakers talking about towers going up beside their houses. Next. Next slide, please. Here's an image from Steve Buhas's model showing how the Broadway plan built out to its logical conclusion is just simply nothing more than a plan full of objects. It's completely devoid of good urban space. Next, please. The photo is taken at a distance 3 times greater than the tower is high. Thus, the right distance for human vision to see a 20 or a 40-story tower is really from one neighborhood over. Next. The human vision also perceives spaces. Next slide. Hello. The best urbanism strings together a series of squares creating paths for wayfinding that follow easily, almost instinctively. Once absorbed, the sequence of squares mechanism in urban footprint renders these places legible and safe. Next. The Frankenstein plan shows no such tradition. 6 Tower Square at City Hall can't see past maximizing revenue at the cost of blocking the mountains in the morning sun. Then after the hot sun in the afternoon moves around City Hall Tower, it will reflect off the glass on the towers, on the other towers, melting the pavements and sizzling anybody that happens to be in the square. Next slide, please. In my brand of urbanism, view cones are for cone heads. Next slide. As happened at this site, view cones can function as expedients to be changed willy-nilly to reward profiteering. Next slide. Here are the cone heads bent on convincing us that the view is in the rectangle shown in red, shaped by a view cone. Yet we can see that it is not. What is really happening here is government selling off a timeless world-class view to, pun intended, reward the highest bidder. I think this slide here should also be imagined with the towers continuing on to the right all the way across until the view of the mountains is completely obliterated. And I just can't imagine for the life of me, for the 40 years that I've worked in urbanism, how reasonable people come up with these schemes. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Okay, this is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X, made available on the live stream. If there are any additional speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. I don't see anyone, so we are now going to take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to call in or come forward to the podium.
You got it.
Mayor, we're just checking if the speaker on the line is for this item. Mayor, we do not have anyone on the line. There has not.
No, Mayor and Council.
To the applicant are permitted. I just wanted to be very clear. Evidently, I wasn't super clear last time. And I don't see anyone in the queue. So Clerk, did we receive any additional public comments since the close of public comments?
We have not, Mayor.
Okay, great, thank you. Council will now make its decision on the application. Do we have a mover of the recommendations? Councillor Classen, seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. Council members, is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue? No one? No one? Great. I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen? And councillors, can you please register your vote? Thank you very much. And that passes unanimously. And that completes item number 4. Congrats. Thank you very much. Okay, moving along. Number 5, CD-1 rezoning, 1527 Main Street. Before we begin, does anybody wish to disclose a conflict of interest? Nope. Great. The clerk's now going to read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Dialogue BC Architecture Engineering Interior Design Planning Incorporated to rezone 1527 Main Street from FC1 Commercial District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of 17-story and 21-story mixed-use buildings connected by a 7-story podium containing 371 rental units and commercial space on the ground floor. A floor space ratio of 6.0 and building heights of 55.3 meters and 67.2 meters with additional height for rooftop amenity space are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 21 pieces of correspondence in support, 2 pieces of correspondence in opposition. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great. Thank you very much. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061-445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. Now, we do have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Wong, and I'm the rezoning planner for this application for the secured rental policy. The site outlined in red is located south of Terminal Avenue between Quebec and Main Streets. It is currently developed with a McDonald's establishment within a 2-story commercial building with no existing residential tenants on site. The site is well served by transit and amenities, with the Main Street Science World SkyTrain station 150 meters to the north, bus service along Main Street, and nearby bikeways and parks. The The proposal is being considered under the Secured Rental Policy and the Southeast Falls Creek Official Development Plan. The enabling policy is the Secured Rental Policy, or SRP, which encourages new purpose-built rental housing and aligns with the rental housing goals of the Housing Vancouver strategy. In existing official development plan areas, the SRP enables redevelopment on sites which allow for residential density where the additional density is appropriate to the context and development adheres to existing height limits. Rezonings in Southeast Falls Creek are guided by the area's official development plan, or ODP. The site is located in Area 3C of the ODP, which identifies the area for transition between Southeast Falls Creek and the higher building forms of City Gate north of Terminal Avenue. For this site, residential uses are considered with ground floor commercial uses along Main Street. A maximum building height of 70.25 meters, subject to the Southeast Falls Creek design guidelines for additional penthouse stories, and the existing FC1 base zoning permits a density of 5.0 FSR. The application was submitted in July of 2024 for mixed-use development with 17 and 21-story buildings connected by a 7-story podium, a density of 6.0 FSR, and a maximum building height of 67.2 meters. The proposal also includes 371 rental units, commercial spaces along the ground floor, and parking and loading from a new lane dedication. This application is providing market rents that could range from $1,700 to $3,200 per month based on unit type. This table highlights the monthly cost of market rentals on the city's east side to the average household incomes they serve. 44 submissions were received during the public engagement period. Support was for the development's positive impact on the community, the proposed commercial and retail space, and additional housing units. Concerns were related to height being too tall for the area, the additional density in the neighborhood, and the development blocking sunlight and views and taking away from neighborhood character. In response, the proposal meets the principles of the Southeast Falls Creek ODP and SRP for additional height and density within close proximity to a transit station. Conditions of approval have been added to increase the tower separation requirement to ensure adequate spacing to adjacent towers. This spacing will enhance privacy and open space between buildings to ensure access to sunlight and mitigate the impacts on privacy and overlook. Lastly, regarding neighborhood character, the proposal is consistent with the Southeast Falls Creek ODP built form expectations and is appropriate within the surrounding urban context. Along with 371 rental units, the expected DCL contribution is approximately $18 million, with a public art contribution generating a total public benefit of $18.7 million. In conclusion, this proposal meets the secured rental policy, and staff support the application subject to conditions. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Would the applicant like to present the application if here?
Good evening. John Wilbeck, Managing Director with Greystar, based in Vancouver, here with members of the local development team, Puni Group, and Dialogue, the architect for the project. It's a privilege to work on this project. We're excited to propose a 100% increase in rental housing on the site, as mentioned by staff. Site currently has a McDonald's. Wanted to confirm that is the design intention to have McDonald's return to the location, with the only exception that the drive-through would be closed, and that's to help facilitate a safer, more pedestrian-focused public realm. Also wanted to confirm that it's McDonald's. Our understanding is that McDonald's will be providing employment opportunities while the project is under construction to existing staff. Lastly, just wanted to confirm it's our intention upon approval to move forward as quickly as possible with permits to enable construction start next year. Thanks again for the consideration.
Great, thank you very much. Now, are there any questions from council to our team members or the applicant, noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant? Councillor Fry.
Yeah, so I know this is first one's for the applicant. I know this project isn't displacing anyone, but actually that McDonald's is an incredibly valuable third space for a lot of seniors in the neighborhood. I'm always astonished at how many elderly Chinese folk are there socializing on any given day. Is the future replacement McDonald's anticipated to be of a similar sort of size and ability to be that kind of third place for seniors in the neighborhood?
Yes, McDonald's views this site as a landmark. So they consider it a forever home that just has a slight interruption of scale along Main Street. So they're the main tenant. It's really a McDonald's location in their minds. Their head of design actually sits in Europe and is excited to have this project be a landmark site of scale to have enough seating.
Right, and so just to be clear though, I mean, I think part of the appeal of that McDonald's is as a third place for seniors who maybe don't have a lot of high-end income, and it's still going to be accessible to that population?
Yes, both us and McDonald's recognize the value proposition in the neighborhood that McDonald's achieves, and
I'm happy to hear that. It's weird to advocate for a McDonald's in that context, but it really is. I do recognize how important it is to the community.
My kids would kill me if we removed it. So.
Okay, thank you. This one's for staff more. We've had this recent issue in that area with the kind of catastrophic force main issue with the sewage and the what are we anticipating? Do we have the capacity? What are the issues around infrastructure in this location that we have to be mindful of?
Yeah, Steve Brown, I'm the Director of Projects and Development Services. The force main issue was a failure of the force main. It wasn't a capacity issue. But we do have other projects within the area that will be dealing with some other capacity upgrades to support some of the other tech districts and that as well that's under the DCL program.
So recognizing that force main, I mean, there was also tidal issues and it's fill land, and how is this project anticipating managing some of the, I see the force main, it doesn't seem to be resolved. There's still external piping and.
Yeah, there's work to fix that force main, which is separate from this. Like the development won't create differences on this. The other UDCL program will provide some additional capacity through the siphon there to be able to upgrade that.
Are there specific and specialized infrastructure requirements for this site that are unusual?
Not for this site. For the siphon and the main in the area, that is specialized stuff because it's a force main that needs to pump it out of there. But for the site itself, it connects into the regular sewer system.
So the force main, the issues with the Science World deck, all those, they're not related to some kind of overall.
The Science World deck is related to just a deck that was installed with a 10-year lifespan and is far beyond that. The force main was a failure of a piece of infrastructure, but it's not related to development.
Okay. And I guess there's no below market to this project at all. Is that my understanding?
That's correct. The 371 units are market rental.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple clarifying questions. There's one address on this application, and I note that there's the two buildings, the 17 and 21 stories. The address is Main Street. I'm just looking at the orientation. Can you orient me? How will people enter the two separate towers? I know it says they're connected with a podium, but are they two distinct buildings in terms of residents' access, the amenities, and do they have separate entrances? Can I just get some orientation on that, maybe from the applicant?
Sure. It's one building in the sense of one parkade, shared amenities across two buildings. There will be two separate, ultimately have two separate entrances with two separate mail and package rooms. So there will be two elevators for a set of buildings, but it will be one complex in the sense that residents from one building can share amenities with the other as well as one parkade.
Okay. And maybe a follow-up question for staff then. Then the provision of the amenity space meets our requirements for each individual building on a kind of per resident basis?
Our development planning staff will answer that question.
Can we get that soon? Because my clock is ticking. Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah. Right, thanks for your question. I'm Havan Sorat, planner too. So the required amount of outdoor amenity spaces is based on the number of units proposed, and the proposal has provided a good amount of outdoor amenity spaces on the rooftop areas.
Sorry, can you repeat the last part?
The proposal has provided recommended amount of outdoor amenity areas. The way the staff evaluate is at the moment like 20 square feet per unit for the outdoor amenity area. So the proposal has provided that, but there is a condition, I believe, to make sure whether the proposal is provided. And the 2 towers have the rooftop amenity area that serve as an outdoor amenity area.
It's one shared rooftop area, is that right? Or no?
Yeah.
Not 2, it's 1.
Those 2 towers have separate outdoor amenity areas on the rooftop.
there's
And
2.
also there is a shared amenity in between those 2 towers in the at grade.
At grade, but there's 2 separate rooftop amenities.
Yes.
Okay. And then I have one quick follow-up question, and this might be for the applicant, I think. Is McDonald's taking all of the commercial space, or will there be any other commercial ventures in the commercial space at grade?
They will be taking all of the commercial space along Main. They're the one anchor, and then along Quebec will be opportunities for tenancy outside of McDonald's. They'll be complementary, not competitive to McDonald's.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maloney.
I was pleased to see that there's a new little piece of cycling infrastructure proposed for Central Avenue to link it up to the Seawall bike path. Is that going to be built as part of this development?
Sure, yeah, there's engineering conditions that require a 6-meter dedication along Central Avenue that would allow for the completion of the Central Valley Greenway. So in that dedication, there would be a bike share station as well as a dedicated bike path.
Maybe a Lime scooter share station as well?
To be determined.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks to Councillor Fry for bringing up the third space thing. I want to note that it's also a third space for people late at night, young people who may or may not be drunk, and that's also okay. But so just touching also there on the affordability aspect, I was just reading the part of the South Falls Creek official development plan. It says the remaining infrastructure are to be delivered in city-owned properties in areas 1A and 2A. A new school, daycare, and affordable and social housing. Can you just remind us like what that is?
Hi, Councillor Orr. It's Teen from the Rezoning Center. I just want to clarify your question about the ODP. I think you referenced 1A and 2A.
Yeah.
And this is in the 3C area of the ODP.
Okay. I was just saying if you could just remind people what those are look like in terms of like the public, if there's the worry about it being affordable, you're like remind what those areas are going to be.
So are you referencing areas 1A?
1A and 2A, yeah.
Right, okay. Areas 1A and 2A in the ODP, I believe a lot of that is city-owned lands. And I think through redevelopment of the city-owned lands, there is a component that is affordable housing. I'm pretty sure we do list the definition of affordable housing in the ODP. I don't have it offhand.
Okay.
Some of our housing planners might.
Okay.
So I don't know if anyone in the housing group wants to reply.
That's fine.
You're okay?
And then is it generally sort of understood like the 18 million in DCLs is to make up for that sort of lack of the below market?
The $18 million in DCLs consists of the utilities in the citywide DCL plus the area-specific DCL, and that can go to contribute to affordable housing, yes.
Okay, good. That's enough. That's on all my questions.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. This is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061-445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. We're now going to hear from the public. Any registered speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium when your name is called. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Our first speaker today is speaker number 1, Dario Garosian, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Dario, are you on the line there?
I am on the line, and you did great. No worries.
Thanks.
So, I just want to keep this brief because I know it's already been a long evening. But I just think it's such an important project for the neighborhood. It's such an underutilized space with such a large parking lot that could be turned into just market rental housing. It'll just help expand the residential and commercial presence of the area, and to see, commercial units both on both sides of the Main Street and Quebec side. It's just expanding that commercial presence in such a vibrant neighborhood, giving more opportunities for residents and more businesses for residents. And also just revitalizes the spot to better align with the neighborhood. And with the St. Paul's Hospital just opening not too far away in 2027, I think the Main Street in Quebec is going to be such important emergency corridors that serve the hospital. And currently, if you've been around the neighborhood, you know that at peak times, the drive-through at McDonald's can get quite busy, and it could spill into, right now, it mostly spills into Quebec Street, and people leaving going into Main Street. So to have that, pressure that's alleviated in the key emergency service corridor is going to be super important. So that's my 2 cents. I just wanted to say why this project's so important in focusing on more of a transit, oriented development, as I see, something that's going to help with, the local neighborhood and the vibrancy of the neighborhood. So I'm all for it.
Thank you very much. Now that's the end of our speakers list. This is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061-445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X, made available on the live stream. If there are any additional speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. We're now going to take, come Sarah. Hey, Sarah.
Thanks, Mayor. Sorry, I just thought I'd jump in if it's okay. My name is Sarah McLeod. I live in Vancouver. Something that I just have questions around. I don't know if I can ask a question to the chair, but I'll just speak them into existence, and then maybe other people have the same questions during other processes. So I noticed there's 83 new trees proposed on the site. Fantastic, because by the bylaw you need 59. I honestly really think someone should be asking questions, and I know it's in some conditions to have the landscape, and they're asking more than the last one about getting that list of what's being planted and whatnot, but when you just look at the area, and if you count, the trees on the rooftop in their drawing, depending if you take the angle from there or the top angle, you can estimate between 12 and 22 are proposed on the roof. So, the reason the bylaw gets that way, I've explained this before, when the square meterage of the area gets bigger, it then goes to a tree every 50 square meters. And the reason it does that is because you need to provide more public benefit for more public. If the space is more space, it's taking away, I should say, you're taking a. Well, I know there's owners. But sorry, this all kind of connects to the fact that even earlier today, you guys kind of were saying that the city is I don't know if you were saying this. This is my interpretation. The sidewalk thing today, about getting the third party to do the sidewalks instead of the city. Well, the city's, trying to cut, costs down to keep taxes low. And so costs to doing that is like, it's no longer a city cost, it's now a third-party cost, so you don't have the cost of the staff and you don't have the cost of the work. So that's one way of doing it. But then, so you're kind of just even saying with these boulevard trees that the onus is on the owner, and the owners have showed time and time again in different neighborhoods that they don't take care of it. Not every, like I'm generalizing, I'm sorry. But like there are a lot of people, a lot of trees in the neighborhood, and I've been knocking a lot of doors lately, and I talked to a neighbor who says he waters like the boulevard trees for the whole block because some owners don't know that the city doesn't do that, that it's on the owner. So you guys are kind of giving away that you don't want to be involved because it's extra costs. Kind of did that with the sidewalks today. And so I'm just really questioning these 83 trees. Like 18 of them I question are street trees. Is that included in the 83 site trees? Because that has happened on another referral report before where they included the city street trees as the owner properties trees. Like those are separate things. And so that you don't get the details here. So potentially, the 18 street trees are in their count. Potentially the 22 roof trees are in their count. So you're really just potentially providing 40 trees when, again, you had to provide 59. So you get underneath that number when you really think about how these trees are benefiting the people in the area. They're not. Actually, you get less than 59 trees if you subtract away the rooftop and the street trees. And it's just not clear if they include those. That's how they're getting to that number. I'm just asking for some clarity if I could have asked a question, right? Like I said, through the chair. Because you could maybe just get rid of all of my worries and my paranoias and save me something. Save me something. No, it's 4 and 2, but thanks for timing with a bad clock. Sorry, people in the gallery, right? I really, really, really urge and you guys please to think about how these projects are equitable to everyone. Like I live next to, like I said, a special project, and I love it so much in terms of its words and its description because it's welcoming to all. And sure, there's towers in it, but you can tell they're trying to make it welcoming to all. I know that not every owner needs to do that, but we're not going to buy your stuff because it's not a good product. Is basically what it comes down to in the end. And we're trying. Like, I want to stay here. I want to contribute. I want to love you as a neighbor. I want to put stuff into the economy for you, but it's just not good.
And sir, we're at 5.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we're now going to take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to come forward to the podium or to call in. Dude, I got. Okay, on that happy note, do we have any additional speakers online or in person to provide comments on the item?
One moment, Mayor. We're just checking one more number on the line.
Okay. Oh. Councillors, order. It's twice in one day. I know. I'm gonna bring this home. Yeah. They won't listen. Okay, great. Thank you.
Mayor, we have one additional speaker on the line for item 5.
Awesome. Right, speaker, are you on the line?
I guess that's me. Good evening, councillors. I'm a resident of a neighboring tower here.
And sorry, sorry, can we please get your name as well?
Nick.
Sorry, and your last name, please?
Chan.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
I'm a resident of a neighboring tower. I drive through Central Street or Avenue quite frequently. It's a single lane traffic. Uber drivers, delivery drivers stop over, double park. It gets completely congested and can't make it through. Adding more density with traffic. I don't know if it's going to be a 2-lane traffic street or avenue. Just wondering if solutions have been considered. There's also an additional rezoning application being done on a neighboring property. I don't think there's a street that runs between the 1527 and the new proposed development. And whether, I guess, congestion and traffic evaluations have been done. Yeah, that's everything. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So Clerk, do we have any additional speakers online or in person?
No one else on the line.
No one else on the line, thank you very much. Seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
There has not been.
Okay, great. I'm now going to close the receipt of public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments? No. Nope. Okay, thank you very much. Do our team members have any closing comments?
Staff have no closing comments.
Thank you very much. Does council have any final questions for our team members, noting no additional questions to the applicant are permitted? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I have just one, just based on the last speaker, I have one just quick clarifying question. Am I correct in reading the application? He was asking about residents would access the 3 levels of underground parking, concerned about that a new lane is being provided, and that's where the parking access would be from. Is that correct? And not from Central Street?
That's correct. There's a 3-meter dedication required along the northern property line, and that would provide shared access between the northern site and this site. for, to get to their underground and loading access.
Okay, and does that loading access provide any allocation for space for rideshare pickup, or no? That would still be on street?
As what's proposed in the drawings at a grade is a I guess a drop-off pickup there, but it's to be reviewed at at DP stage as well.
Okay, but that's something that staff could take a look at, noting that is a very narrow street with parking on one side and Central, so it goes the one way. So staff could look at that when they work through that stage with the applicant.
Yes, staff can note that to be reviewed at DP stage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, so this comes from a place of curiosity, sort of consistent with my earlier questions, recognizing that at one point Main Street was a bridge. Traveling over this area was a body of water 100 years ago. And, you know, all of our recent reporting about sea level rise and coastal flood risk assessment with Northwest Hydrological Consultants point out this area as moderate to high flood risk. And given that just this morning on the Rupert Renfrew plan, we were talking about having no subterranean parking because of flood risk management, I'm just curious how we ended up with no conditions of approval that address, I see there's some comments about hydrogeological as far as sort of groundwater, which seems somewhat boilerplate, but not specific to this location. So are we not any issues around I know that other developments around this area have had to contend with that.
Yeah, Steve Brown, Director of Projects and Development Services. Rupert Renfrew was more about not interrupting the water flows that were going to the creek. So that was the key issue there. In other areas, you can do underground construction into areas of wetness. They need to then kind of deal with them through engineering measures. So yeah, this whole area is old fill. So anything that you're going down, you would have to deal with it in that way. But it's not that it would be interrupting flows into the creek, which was the issue in Rupert Renfrew.
Right, but I know that similar projects in the area have had to, as conditions of approval, have some kind of mitigation.
Yeah. So you have to make sure that you're not pumping groundwater into our systems. They'd have to deal with that. And so those are all requirements that they would have to work through in the design.
Okay. All right.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. So, Clerk, did we receive any additional public comments since the close of public comments?
We have not, Mayor.
Okay. Council will now make a decision on this application. Sorry, Councillor Maloney. Oh, don't worry. I jumped the queue here, actually. Okay, council will now make its decision on the application. No, are you lining up for comments, or do you have?
I was going to make a comment.
Yeah, perfect. I will get there and thank you very much, Councillor Kirby Young, seconded by Councillor Dominato. There is no yellow memo. So if you're looking for one, you're not going to find it. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, sorry, I was ahead of myself there. I wanted to make a comment about the excellent location of this proposal in so close to the SkyTrain station and the frequent bus service on Main Street and the cycling infrastructure and its facilities for bike storage. And I feel as though even though this is all market housing, there is an element of affordability in having the option not to own and operate a private car, and that saves families. I'm really supportive of this development in this location. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks. I will briefly say I'm happy to support the application. It's 371 new rental homes, and I'm always pleased to see something that I think is a far better utilization than a large asphalt pad, which essentially is the vast majority of this site, and which in such a incredible neighborhood, as was mentioned, very close to rapid transit, and very accessible to Mount Pleasant, into Olympic Village and the seawall. So it is a highly walkable neighborhood. It's incredibly easy to get around. It's a very popular place to live. And I think that people are really going to welcome having the new options and the new homes here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'll support this application, although I will say I am disappointed that there is no below-market housing. I think transit-oriented development should be where we deliver below-market housing first and foremost, because that's most often the folks who are taking more advantage of transit are folks with lower incomes typically. I mean, obviously we want to incentivize everybody to use transit, but transit-oriented development should be, also predicated by below-market housing. That being said, I recognize there's no policy in place to mandate that on this site, and I am actually really pleased to hear about the McDonald's as a third space. I do think that's actually a value add to this project because it is such an important community asset in this particular location now. So also, just to reiterate, I remain concerned around the flood risk issues around False Creek sea level rise. There's ample evidence to suggest in our own reporting that we do have a risk at that area. But I take confidence that the architects and engineers and geotech will appropriately insulate this property from that kind of ingress. So,
Thank you very much. Okay, a reminder that any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. I'm now going to call the vote. If we can please go to the voting panel, and if you can register your vote, that would be great. Great, and that passes unanimously. And that completes item number 5. Thank you very much. Okay, we're on the home stretch. Item number 6, CD-1 rezoning 520 through 590 West 29th Avenue and 4510 to 4550 Ash Street. Does any councillor want to disclose a conflict of interest? Nope, great. Okay, the clerk's now going to read the application and the summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Sightline Properties, West 29th Avenue Limited, to rezone 520 to 590 West 29th Avenue and 4510 to 4550 Ash Street from RM8A Residential District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District, to permit the development of 2 6-story residential buildings and 2 3-story townhouses containing 230 rental units. A floor space ratio of 3 and a maximum height of 21.3 meters are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 65 pieces of correspondence in support and 182 pieces of correspondence in opposition. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great, thank you very much. This is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 10614405#. Before the close of the speakers list, the phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. Now, we do have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application.
Thank you. Can you all see the screen? Perfect. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lauren Whitney, planner for this rezoning application being considered under the Transit-Oriented Areas Rezoning Policy. Here we are. The site, outlined in red, encompasses the block fronting West 29th Avenue and is bounded by Ash Street to the west and a laneway to the east. The surrounding context is residential, including 6-story strata buildings, townhouse developments, and single detached dwellings. The emerging context for the area is mid-rise apartment forms as permitted under the Transit-Oriented Areas Rezoning Policy. The site has been vacant since January 2024 from a previous development permit application, and there are no residents on site. This location is well served by transit with King Edward Station, bus service, and bikeways nearby. Several parks, childcare facilities, and community spaces are also located in the area. The proposal is in Tier 3 of the King Edward Transit-oriented area, with policy that allows 8-story market rental buildings and a density of 3 FSR, with 20% of the residential floor area secured at 10% below market rates. TOA proposals cannot be rejected on the basis of height and density. The July 2024 application proposes the development of 2 6-story residential buildings and 2 3-story townhouses containing 230 secured market rental units and a density of 3 FSR. Loading and 1 level of parking is available or accessible from the lane. The purpose of this slide is to explain how staff arrived at the land lift. I'll walk you through a brief history of the site, including the zoning changes and financial contributions paid to date. Previously, the zoning was R11, allowing 0.75 FSR. In 2018, the city rezoned the properties to RM8A, moving the density up to 1.2 FSR. A development permit application was then submitted for the RM8A zoning, and a density bonus zone contribution was paid to the city for this upzoning, with a value of approximately $1.2 million. In 2024, the transit-oriented areas rezoning policy was approved, allowing for the density to increase to 3 FSR, which is the enabling rezoning policy for this application. Per policy, a negotiated CAC process was conducted to evaluate the land lift based on the density increase from 1.2 to 3 FSR. To evaluate the 1.8 FSR density increase, staff analyzed the going-in land value plus the financial contributions paid to date. This analysis found that after securing 230 market rental units, no additional land lift was available to accommodate any below-market rental. This application is providing market rents ranging from $1,900 to $4,400 per month based on unit type. This table connects the monthly cost of market rental on the west side of the city to the average household incomes they serve. "190 submissions were received during the public consultation period, including questions and comments submitted during the November Q&A, email correspondence, phone calls, and 2 petitions. Support was expressed for the addition of new housing units, the proximity to King Edward Station and Queen Elizabeth Park, and the height and density proposed. Concerns were related to the height, density, and massing, increased traffic congestion and parking demands, perceived impact to community character and the atmosphere of Queen Elizabeth Park, inconsistency with the Canby Corridor Plan, the lack of provincial engagement on the direction for transit-oriented areas through Bill 47, and for the deviation from TOA policy to deliver below-market housing. In response to public comment, the proposed height and density aligns with TOA policy, and the 6-story building form is consistent with the neighboring developments immediately to the east. Rezoning conditions require improvements to address safety for all road users, including upgraded sidewalks and street lighting. At the development permit stage, a transportation demand management plan will be required to explore strategies to further reduce impacts to traffic and parking demand. All municipalities are mandated to implement Bill 47. The city has done this by introducing the Transit-Oriented Areas Bylaw and Transit-Oriented Areas Rezoning Policy, which allows for sites within 800 meters of station areas to develop to minimum heights and densities. In some locations, these heights and densities may exceed the provisions of the existing plan area, like they do on this site. Lastly, while the TOA policy seeks an affordability component, staff review determined that no lift was identified to support below-market units in this location. The public benefits from this application are the 230 secured market rental housing units. In addition, this proposal will contribute over $5.7 million in development cost levies and a public art contribution, amounting to a public benefit of over $6 million. In summary, staff have concluded that this proposal is generally consistent with the transit-oriented areas rezoning policy and support the application subject to conditions in Appendix B of the report. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Would the applicant like to present the application if in attendance?
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
All right. Thanks, Mayor and Council. My name is Jamie Vaughn. I'm the owner and president of Sightline Properties. I do want to quickly start and say I'm sorry for not attending in person today. as this is kind of the 1 week of the year that my mom and 4 brothers get together. So appreciate you guys understanding, as I do wish I was there in person. I know it's been a long day, early Rupert and Renfrew plan, and now all the public hearings, but I do want to quickly just give you a quick brief history of this site, because we've been through a little bit on this site for the past 3 years. So we bought this 6-lot assembly 3 years ago under the RM8 zoning, which was as Lauren said, which was pre-zoned by the city during the Canby Corridor Phase 3. I will say that pre-zoning, I know you guys did this in the Renfrew Rupert plan, is really a beautiful thing, as it really streamlines the process. So and congrats on approving that for the Renfrew plan. We then took the site through the development permit stage, the building permit stage, to develop 46 luxury townhomes. We took the project to market, but the market was really soft, and we did not get any pre-sales. So we had no success. Based on the fact that we were paying, a high monthly interest cost, we decided to take the risk and start construction without any sales, which is challenging and rare to do, but we decided to do it. About the time we got to the bottom of P1, the province came out with a new TOA policy, so we decided to stop construction, again, because we had no pre-sales, and pursue this avenue. This is kind of where we stand today, and we feel like replacing 46 luxury townhomes with 230 rental units is a big win for the city and for the community. So I won't get into anything else other than to say that I am here to happy to answer any other questions that you guys may have.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions from council to our team members or the applicant? Noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant. Seeing no one, Councillor Clausen.
Thanks, Mayor. It's really a question for our staff. I know that the TOA policy is fairly new, and one that those perimeters are sort of helping us to set a pattern for development. But when this application came to you, in relation to the TOA, what were your sort of initial feelings about its sort of overall compliance in terms of the scale and the size for this site?
Yeah, this application is compliant with TOA policy for height, density, and massing.
Okay. That's fine. I just wanted to see that because I know that there's been a lot of discussions around sites in that King Edward Canada Line Station sort of perimeter, and I know it's up the hill a little bit too as well, so I just want to be able to check on that. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I have one follow-up question to the applicant, if I could. And we have the applicant?
Yep.
Great. And that was, you sort of said 43 townhomes and you didn't have any pre-sales, and so you pivoted with the TOA policy. Are you, just for more clarity, you saying that you are choosing to develop rental homes, or did you feel there was no market to actually do townhouses as you had planned?
I would say a bit of both. I think we had a soft launch and did not have much success. That townhouse market has been very, very soft for a while. At the time, we obviously didn't feel like we had any other options. We bought it as a townhouse site, but when this TOA policy came along, as some of you guys know, we are developing rental all throughout the city. So rental is something that we love to develop, and that's what we prefer. So when the policy came out, we were happy to kind of flip it and go to an asset that we feel like is more beneficial to the community.
Okay, and a follow-up if I could, those townhomes, how much would they have sold for? How much were you aiming to sell them for, just as a frame of reference?
Between 2 and 2.3, probably.
2 and 2.3 million. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Okay, this is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061-445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. We're now going to hear from the public. Any registered speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium when your name is called. Speakers will have 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes to make their comments, and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. If you are part of a group of 4 or more people, and all those individuals are either in the chamber or online, you will have up to 8 minutes to make your comments. Our first speaker today has withdrawn. Speaker number 2 is Lauren Xu. Is Lauren present?
Hello?
Lauren,
Can you
is
hear
that
me?
you? Please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I'm Mayor, Council, and public attendees. My name is Lauren Xu. I'm a Vancouver resident, mom, and overall concerned parent. While I am for more housing, I strongly oppose the report recommendations because I don't believe this neighborhood will be able to support this level of increased density. First, wanted to touch on school capacity. As a mom of 2 young kids, 2 and 5 years old, I feel it's my responsibility to speak up and advocate for families in this area who live here and those who may be planning to live here. Despite living in the Emily Carr Elementary Catchment School area, when I went to register my oldest for kindergarten this past year, I was told the school would not have space to accommodate all in-catchment students, and a lottery would need to be done to decide who gets it. Nobody should be rejected in the catchment area they live in, and I fear that any new resident in this area will have to go through the same experience. Additionally, they mentioned that the following schools nearby, Pavel, Crosstown, Elsie Roy, False Creek, Fraser Hudson, Jameson, Maple Grove, Nelson, Normal, Rose Point, Roberts Annex, Texas, and Trafalgar would not have space to accept cross-boundary applications. This concern stems from the fact that I don't see any additional schools being built for the area, and they're already at capacity. This causes many stress for families with the unknown of where their children will be going for school and how far they need to travel. The referral report states on page 4 under local school capacity that the site is located within the catchment area of Emily Carr Elementary School and Eric Camber Secondary School. According to Vancouver School Board's 2020 long-range plan, Carr and Hamber will both be operating under capacity at 95% and 79% respectively by 2031. However, this data is not correct. It's using 2020 data that was from 5 years ago, and I can share that upon first-hand experience that it is at capacity. Upon checking the 2024-2025 Vancouver School Board operating capacity and enrollment data, Emily Carr was at 128 capacity last year and Eric Camber at 94 capacity last year. Furthermore, the demand, capacity, and the supply also applies to our local community facilities. When it comes time to register my children in classes at Hillcrest Community Center, they fill up within seconds of registration and we're unable to secure a spot. Many times we've tried to come for a public swim, we've waited an hour to get in because it's too busy. Ultimately, the nearby schools and public facilities created for the community to enjoy already cannot keep up with the density, and there are no plans to add additional ones with the density expected to increase further. Again, nobody should be rejected in the community, and it's already happening before this is built. The other couple of topics I wanted to quickly touch on were limited parking. The report states that the new development will only have 1 parking spot per 2 units planned for a 230-unit building. With already limited street parking, people parking here from the hospital and Canada Line, and the possible 100-plus additional cars will create spillover onto the streets without anywhere to park. The surrounding streets around this development are local narrow streets and are not designed to accommodate this increased level of cars, traffic, and density. Thirdly, regarding the TOA policy, it was mentioned the original policy application was for 2 masses of 6-story secured rental, a total of 230 units. 20% of units were to be below market value to comply with the TOA policy and guidelines. However, that was removed and not discussed during the public consultation process. It only appeared in the referral report. This sets a bad precedent for future developers who wish to develop under the TOA policy and the rules they have to follow. When we first moved into the area, we were attracted because of the Canby Corridor Plan, which prevented developments like this. Out of nowhere, the TOA policy was suddenly able to override that, and now the integrity of that policy isn't being withheld. Lastly, safety. I just want to hone in on this. All it takes is 1 accident before it's too late. There are many young families with kids and elders that live in this neighborhood. I really worry with the increased density and traffic this will bring to a quiet side street that it poses many risks. 29th Avenue and Ash is set up as a designated bike route where traffic from Canby can only be accessed when turning right going southbound. The city created this as a broader effort to enhance cycling in the area, but this new 230-unit development will surely have an impact on this and cyclists, many of whom cycle with children. Some entrances to townhomes like ours are directly in the adjacent valley the development will be. This is the only entrance from the ground level to our townhome, and safety is a big worry with the increased number of cars driving down this narrow alley. Additionally, this development is right near a main hospital, Children's and BC Women's. Many service vehicles need to be able to access this area easily, and with the increased traffic, this will make it a lot harder for them to navigate through the area. Decreasing the safety around these vulnerable populations isn't right. I appreciate the opportunity to provide feedback and hope the city planners can hear the many concerns that I and myself will be raising tonight that will not only negatively impact us as residents, new residents, but the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Nicholas Shuchuk. Nicholas, are you here? Please come ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, as mentioned, hi, my name is Nicholas. I'm a Vancouver resident, and more specifically, a resident of the South Cambie area, here to speak and oppose the rezoning application. First off, I'd just like to thank the City Council for taking the time to hear myself and other members of the community here to speak today. While I'm here speaking opposed, the opposed view of the rezoning application, I would ultimately like to frame this as, us, coming forward and asking this council for some help with this. I think we understand and acknowledge that the city is trying to follow the direction toward transit-oriented development, and I think, at least speaking for myself, I'm not opposed to this in principle. But I also feel that this is a very significant departure from the existing form in place in the community. And I think I would really like to see, at least personally, more collaboration with the community on a proposal that would see more of the Cambie corridor requirements actually reflected. So like surface level impressions with this is appears to be like really focusing on density, above all else and all considerations. And, I think, while I respect that and we need density in some respects, I don't think we can look at it as altruistic if we're also ignoring the, 20% below market requirement in this case, so, which I understand was removed. So, kind of going down the list, continuing to speak about density, which I think you'll hear about more and more, the parking issues. And so what I can say confidently is that, like, on 30th Avenue, one over, with a much, much smaller build, we're already bumper to bumper. And then I think, as others have mentioned, with the hospital there's a lot of overflow parking into that area. So I think that's almost a certainty that that's going to be, a major issue. And then just, simply in closing, just want to point out that, many members of the community are here showing up today, and that, all we're really asking for is to kind of pull this application out, like, just have a longer conversation and see if we can find, a better, more reasonable balance between both the transit-oriented development and the Cambie corridor requirements. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is representative speaker, all of you, with Louis Ng, Becky Chan, and Esther So. Are they all here as well? One, two, three. Perfect. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Dear Mayor and Councillors, I'm a resident of neighborhood and strongly oppose this rezoning application. The last-minute change of withdrawal of the 20% below market rental unit is only come just a few business days before the June the 3rd council meeting. This application should never been referred to this public hearing because by removing a 20% below market rental unit is no longer in compliance with the Vancouver Transit-Oriented Areas TOA policy, as well as the RR2C district schedule. According to the City of Vancouver guideline, the developer has to submit another new application for public consultation. We are not against rental, but this is the least expectation of our mayor, our city staff, and councillor being gatekeepers of the public trust to comply with the endorsed policy and guidelines, respect the policy framework as well as the community context. Next. This is the first application under the new Vancouver TOA policy enacted June 30, 2024, with council approval June 26, 2024. And the developer application date was June 27, 2024. Councillor Mayor, you might really want to find that the architect for this developer should be the most effective architect who can develop or complete the application just within less than 24 hours. Councillor, why is there a sudden change next of the 20% market rental unit? Oh, because of the city and the realty staff, they found that it's not financially feasible for the developer. So, but this is a very bad and dangerous precedent because this is the first TOA case and signal to other developers to follow suit. If this has happened, the whole Vancouver TOA policy, which is enacted last June, will be completely overthrown. Next, what is a pro forma? How many kinds of pro forma are there? Have the council mayor seen that pro forma? Next, has the pathology been endorsed by the council and internal audit department? If the answer to all this are no, we would urge the mayor and the city and the council to put a brake on this application for further review. The council and mayor cannot rely on the blind trust in the city real estate staff. Now we talk about the public benefit as shown in the referral report about that DCL waiver. Actually, the developer is entitled for 86% of the waiver, but they don't want it. Why? With this waiver, they could look better in their financial pro forma and may be entitled for the 20% BMR. But the planning department gave them another exit. That means they can apply for this waiver later on. So this is actually not a benefit. The benefit is to add 230 market rental units. Next. However, the referral report ignored the laws. First of all, the laws is 46 below market rental units cost of millions in terms of land construction cost, and the loss of the missing middle housing, the loss of diversity of housing type, choice and affordability, the major objective of the Canby Corridor Plan. And the last, which is very significant, because of the rezoning is based on the financial feasibility of developer, so that means the land value is always ratcheted up and will never goes down. That means we'll never be able to have affordable housing in terms of strata or rental. And this has a ripple effect and it's very detrimental to the whole general public and the loss in terms of millions and billions. Next. Planning is a projection to future and timely reflection of prevailing circumstantial changes. We cannot base on past historical data without projection on needs. So now let's look at the data. Next. The vacancy rate, the 202 41.6% were used in this referral report, but this is only for purpose-built rental. It excludes the rental in strata, the basement suite, single rooms and laneway houses, UBC, under provincial jurisdiction and shared accommodation. Next. The CMHC actually projected an upward trend of the vacancy rate, 2.1% for this year, 2.4% next year, and up to almost 3% in 2027. But this was not shown in the referral report. The upward trend is due to the high number of market rental than to city, and decrease of international student, immigrant, temporary workers overall of population. So that's why the adjusted vacancy rate after all the consideration exclusion should be almost 3% in this year, a balanced rental market, more than 3% in coming 2 years. Next. So recently, Statistics Canada reported that in the first quarter of 2025, the Canada population is zero growth, 0%. And BC with a net decrease of 2,300 in population, the first quarter decline in nearly 75 years. And the new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, also confirmed the policy of decrease in immigrants, international students, and foreign workers. Therefore, the housing trend forecast should be adjusted to reflect all these changes instead of based on the historical data, the 3% annual population growth for the past 3 years. Next. Now, why I say it's outdated data, let us look at the referral report. The number of the market rental units was up only to last December, as you could see from that column. And when I add up to the first quarter, and then April to June 2025, actually, mayor and council, you're doing very good. It adds up to 12,000 units versus the 30,000 for the 10-year plan. Only within 1.5 years, you have already achieved 40%, and the below market rental unit is already 35%. Next. Now, what happened in the actual case? The rental have been offering 1 to 3 months free rent, and these are the two examples, there are a lot. And the M41N, I think this is your property, and it has been offering 1 month free rent since last year, almost a year after completion. Next. This building is built by Penny Farthing, just at the corner of the Cambie and the West King Edward with 19 market rental rent. Next. Even up to almost 1 year completion, even the website of Penny Farthing said all leased. But when I went through the rental platform, up to last week, there are so many units unfilled, and when count this, is almost 20-something to 30. 1/3 of the rental still has not become filled after 1 year. So, next. So another 1,700 market rental units secure will be completed, actually completed M42 in 42nd Avenue in 1 year within 3 blocks between West 42nd and West 39 along Cambie. Also including 1,000 strata unit. This is the Oak Ridge redevelopment. And adding to this, there will be hundreds of rental units flooded in within this year, maybe 2,500 and more than that. Next.
Sorry, and you're at time.
Oh, I finished. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Can I just show the last?
You're actually about 15 seconds over now.
Okay,
so
okay.
We just
Well,
want to make sure we get
I
through
hope
everyone.
you would remind me when I only have 1 minute left, you know. That would be better because I'm so concentrated to present.
It was a great
I beg you
presentation.
to show me
Next
the last
time,
slide.
I will totally give you a
Oh,
minimum.
no, next time, you know, yeah.
But thank you that was very thoughtful. It was a great presentation, so thank you very much. The next representative speaker is speaker number 5, Solin Sham. And do we have Philip Sham, Betty Chan, and Osco Mack here as well?
Yeah, upstairs.
1, 2. Do we have, so Philip, is Philip there? Okay, Philip and Betty Chan. Oh, there you go, perfect. All right, so you have up to 8 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Solin Sham. I'm here to express my opposition to the zoning application for 52590 West 29th Avenue. My concerns focus on the need for clarity, transparency, and accountability. Next. The developer proposed to build 230 secure market rental units under Tier 3 of the TOA policy, including 20% below market rental units, with an additional 10% discount at occupancy. In exchange, the developer seeks increased height, density, and reduced parking. However, as I will show, key elements of this proposal have been changed without adequate public explanation. Next. Omission of the word secure. The word secure was omitted in all public notices, including the notice of rezoning application, notice of public hearing, the city website, and the signage displayed at development site. Next. Next. Even in today's public hearing summary and recommendation document, secure is missing. It simply described 230 rental units with no mention that they are secure to remain rental for 60 years and cannot be stratified or sold individually. The omission is critical. A secure carries a legal guarantee that protects long-term rental stock. Without this clarity, The public cannot accurately understand or assess the proposal. Next. The referral report uses inconsistent terms to describe the project within the same document. Often we use rental, one-time use market rental, and one-time use secure rental. For a major zoning change, the public should not be left guessing. Next. Removal of below market rentals. Under Tier 3 of the TOA, 20% of net should be below market rental, with a 10% discount from citywide average rents. However, staff waived this requirement, claiming that they conducted a performance analysis confirming that the proposal would not generate sufficient land value lift to support the inclusion of below-market rental housing on this site. If a proposal does not meet Tier 3 obligation, it should not receive Tier 3 incentive. This is plain and simple. Next. The proposal also refers to RR2C zoning to justify its massing and setbacks. However, RR2C also requires a minimum 20% of floor area or below market rental. What happens if below market rental is removed? And the proposal should not be aligned with RR2C. Should it not then require a new application be submitted under a different zoning framework? Next. The city determined no community amenity contribution was required, citing an internal pro forma analysis. However, CAC is a tool to ensure developer contributes back to the community. Without properly disclosing the analysis, the decision appears arbitrary and undermines confidence in fair city building practices. Next. Lack of financial transparency. Both the pro forma analysis used to waive below market rental and community amenity contribution have not been shared with the public. When decisions of this scale are made behind closed doors, public trust is eroded. Transparency is essential for accountability. Next. Interestingly, the developer has not applied for a development cost levy waiver, which could save over $5 million. This waiver, however, requires project to be secure rental. Why is this not pursued? Is there any intention to leave options open for future changes? If benefits are based on being secure rental, then this must be made explicit and binding. Next. I respectfully ask, is this truly a secure rental project or not? Should this be submitted under a different zoning framework if requirements are not met? On what grounds were below market rental and CAC waived? Why have the pro forma not been made public before this hearing? Have council members received enough time and information to make the decision? Are incentives being granted without adequate public benefit? Are we rewarding a project that no longer complies with the policies it claimed to follow? These are fundamental questions that go to the heart of public trust. Next. On page 5 of implementation of TOA, passed by Vancouver City Council on June 2024, Council has the authority to refuse or condition application based on broader planning, principles, and public interest. I urge Council to refuse or defer approval until secure rental is clearly stated in all documents. The removal of below market rental and CAC is justified publicly. The project fully complies with TOA and RR2C policies. Otherwise, a new application should be submitted. Next. The public deserves clarity, transparency, and accountability. This is not about being for or against rental housing. It is about ensuring fair, consistent, and principled decision-making that truly serves the public interest. Last, I'm just curious, this one, okay? I'm just curious why all of a sudden, quite a lot of supportive comments were flooding into the city's website. Almost all of them come from outside our district. While all voices matter, but I believe local voices matters more. This is our neighborhood. We deserve to be heard more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Right on 8 minutes. That was incredible. Can we please get a motion to extend? Second. Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Great. Let's do this. Okay. The next speaker is speaker number 6, Marilyn Chime Leung.
Good evening, Mayor Sim and all councillors. My name is Marilyn Leong, a Vancouver resident. I oppose the referral report recommendation with the following 3 reasons. Firstly, violation of TOA. TOA policy requires 20% below market rental. And the TOA policy item 5.2, number 1A, quote, 100% of residential floor area is secured rental with a minimum 20% of the net residential area provided as below market rental. It is our understanding that the city's mandate to provide much needed below market rentals. However, after public consultation closed, this requirement was removed from the project. The reasoning given was, as mentioned, was because of not generate sufficient land value lift to support the inclusion of below market rental on this site. So this sets a precedent to all future projects across the city if developers can prove that there is no land value lift. This may apply to many other areas in Vancouver as well. For example, the Broadway plan, requiring 100% secure rental with 20% below market rent. So my question to all of you councillors are, by approving this rezoning, are city councillors prepared to accept that the required 20% below market rental can be eliminated citywide? I'm sure this is a welcoming news to developers, as many projects are faced with same financial challenges as this project. My reason number 2, TOA step back guidelines have not been followed. There are step back conditions for 6-story rental buildings under the TOA framework, especially on non-arterial streets. According to the Residential Rental District Schedule Design Guideline on page 41, item 3.7, quote, for 6-story buildings, a decrease in upper story step back may be considered to provide variation in the architecture expression of the building, end of quote. Step back should incorporate progressively reduced floor plates on each ascending level, so the floors are tiered and not straight up and down. So my question to the councillors are, by approving this rezoning, are city councillors agreeing that the TOA step back guidelines do not need to be followed, and this encourages more big box type of buildings around this neighborhood and beyond? And my third reason for opposing this project is creating traffic and parking overload. There are 230 rental units proposed, but only 124 parking stalls. This project creates traffic and parking problem, and the old proposal was for townhomes, and the developer only planned one level parking, as they only need one level for 46 townhomes. But now there are 230 rental units. They still stick with one level parking rather than more levels. West 29th is a bike way on a non-arterial street next to the hospital. Traffic overload and congestion on this street can affect safety for bikers, pedestrians, and drivers navigating on this narrow street. So my question to all of the councillors, should there be a detailed traffic study before the rezoning approval of this project? So in summary, I urge the mayor and city councillors to uphold the TOA policy and require this project to be revised proposal that includes 20% below market rent, proper step backs, and an intense traffic study before approval. Please evaluate what you're voting on today. And do I still have a few minutes?
You have
Okay, my son, who is in his 30s, wrote the following. He said, as a resident of this neighborhood, as someone who believes in increased availability and affordability housing, first, I do not agree that this development should be exempted from the requirement of 20% below market. Guarantee below market give young people and others the critical opportunity to live and thrive in this expensive city. I firmly oppose the proposed to exempt this requirement.
I'm sorry, we're over time.
Okay.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Yeah.
The next speaker we have is speaker number 7, Kimberly Sutherland. Is Kimberly here?
Mayor,
Online?
speaker 7 is not on the line.
Okay. The next speaker is a representative speaker, Rob McMorrin. And if there's Carol McMorrin, Linda Thompson, and Matthew Leung here. Actually, Matthew, I believe, is online. Is that correct?
Should be, yes.
Yep. And then is Linda and Linda?
Upstairs.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name, as you just heard, is Robert McMorrin. I'm here this evening in a personal capacity and not in connection with an organization. My wife and I reside in the Empire at QE complex, immediately east of the rezoning proposal in front of us tonight. I oppose Sightline's current proposal as I have serious concerns about the rezoning application submitted by Sightline and the vetting process it has been subjected to. Slide, please. Oh, you got it already. Sorry, I see that now. Okay. Sightline's rezoning application dated June 27th, 2024 stated, and please hear this, 100% of units would be secured market rentals at 20% below CMHC average rents, with an additional 10% discount applied at occupancy. This is from their statement of intent on the first page of the body of their application. Okay. This was a core part of the public-facing proposal. Next slide, please. Notwithstanding this, a very short time later, public notices provided information about this rezoning application, which stated that 20%, gone from 100 down to 20, would be secured market rentals at a 10%, not 20%, discount from CMHC citywide average rentals, the BMR, with no reference to an additional 10% discount applied at occupancy. How is that possible? Application goes in, states this, comes out a few days later, completely different, no public disclosure, no idea what went on. I challenge you to ask your staff, how did that 80% reduction occur? And now, very recently, a referral report dated May 20th, 2025, prepared by City Council, has been released wherein the city is recommending a waiver of the BMR requirement altogether, reducing the affordability commitment to only market rate units. You've heard this from other speakers. A very serious item. Compounding the waiver of the BMR requirement is the fact that the city has, by extension, also waived the requirement for non-BMR purpose-built rental properties to be limited to 4 stories on non-arterial streets in this area of Vancouver. I take issue with the applicant's representative here that stated, or sorry, the city representative that said 6-story is in line with things. 6 stories applies to rental units without security, or without not being secured ones on arterial roads, Canby Street, King Eddie. This clearly is non-arterial, and the TOA and aligning guidelines say 4 stories is what it should be. There are material changes to this rezoning application that were accepted and recommended by city staff. The decrease, blah, blah, I said all that. Like, move on. Affordability, though, is the big issue. How is this procedural bypass acceptable? When developers fail to uphold their commitments and city staff allow or endorse such actions, and by default you as councillors, public trust erodes. Next slide, please. In the referral report, city staff advised that they have, and this is a very long sentence and very wordy, but it's verbatim from the referral report. They have conducted a pro forma analysis confirming that the proposal would not generate sufficient land value lift to support the inclusion of a below market rental housing on this site. In particular, the existing zoning for this site, RM-8A, already permits greater development potential than for the majority of sites zoned R1-1 in the Tier 3 King Edward Station TOA, reducing the incremental value typically associated with rezoning in this area. You know, a very complicated and unclear way of saying what I believe is it's really trying to say. Sightline paid too much for the land, which is now preventing them from realizing their expected return on investment on this project. With respect, as part of their investment decision to change course and pursue building this project, as opposed to the townhouse project originally planned, they had to have run project economics. I mean, they're going to spend millions to develop this. Surely to God, they've made some modeling as to what they anticipate to make. To think otherwise is not reasonable, as they are committing to invest millions. Importantly, Sightline had to know that the project, as proposed with the BMR, and we'll assume it's the 20% BMR, was not going to achieve their target ROI before they made the rezoning application. How could they not know that? I mean, they're in this business. To me, by submitting this rezoning application with the BMR commitment included means that, whether intended or not, the public was being misled as to the true intention of Sightline's application, which appears to be to obtain approval to build a 6-story built-for-rental complex without BMR restrictions. What other conclusion can you come to? And I'm happy to hear it. If Sightline overpaid for the land and cannot meet affordability targets, that's a commercial misjudgment, not a public burden. If a homeowner overextends financially, the city offers no lifeline. Why should a developer receive one? In particular, why should an accommodation be made to allow Sightline to achieve their normal ROI? Slide, please. Crucially, the public does not have access to the economic analysis, the pro forma, that is being used as the justification for the BMR waiver until August 12th, if at all. So we're making a decision here, and we haven't even seen the document that's the justification for reducing the affordability. I mean, think about that. How are citizens supposed to offer informed comment when critical documents are withheld? No public benefits. There's been some discussion of this already. The real estate services staff reviewed the application pro forma and have determined, pro forma again, determined no CAC is required. In other words, no social benefit is being realized by the public as is normally required when no BMR is provided. That should be an important issue for us all. Development cost levies, again, another speaker has referenced this. Sightline, if they follow the processes available under the city guidance, and based on assessments by the real estate department, have an approximate $5.8 million waiver available. So this is a project that's looking for capital, trying to get relaxations to increase their ability to make money, and yet they're not taking what's sitting there. Why? I mean, what is there in it? I mean, there has to be a reason. I think it's worth a question. You have the power to ask it. Move on here. Slide, please. Take note that with respect to Vancouver and surrounding area, and you all are going to know this. Sorry, next question, next slide, please. There we are. What we're dealing with here is what I believe is the Greater Vancouver area definition of low income, middle income, blah, blah, blah. So $90,000 is what you need as a household income in order to qualify, you're at the top of the low income level, moving on up. Next slide, please. As you can see right here from the analysis, the studio in this is going to go off at $76,000. That's the estimated money. So essentially, the project's not providing housing to lower income households. Next slide, please. Nor is the project likely to provide housing to a middle income family with 2 children. The project does not address the city's affordable rental crisis. It simply adds more unaffordable rentals to a market already saturated with unsold condos and overpriced rental properties offering concessions to attract tenants. Vancouver doesn't need more high-end rentals with modest discounts. We need homes that low and moderate income residents can afford. If council permits this project to proceed as is, it creates a dangerous precedent that a developer can overpay, revise key terms after public consultation, and receive a waiver with no consequences, while the public bears the cost in lost affordability and lost faith.
Rob, I'm sorry, we're
That's
all
fine.
over.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. The next representative speaker we have is Arnold De Silva with Kitty Young, Juliana Shu, and Sandy Wu. Are you all here? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Arnold, please go ahead.
No, before you start, I want to make 2 comments before you start the clock, okay? Number 1, this is the first time I've ever been to a city council meeting, and I'm amazed how hard the councilors are working late into the night, so I must commend you for that. The second thing is, Mr. Mayor, I'm 20 years older than you, so I would ask you to please remind me that I've got 1 minute left, okay?
Okay.
All right.
You'll see the sign, I'll go.
Okay. Okay, I have a presentation, please. You have to ask the question, right?
You guys are
Okay, I have a presentation, please.
Great. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Arnold De Silva, and I'm calling for review and deferment of this automatic approval. Next slide. Why are we here? We are not here to oppose more rental housing. Next slide. Next slide. We love the city. We're supportive of growth and more rental housing. We're extremely grateful for the Cambie Corridor Plan. However, we have many concerns about this application, as you've heard today. Next. Why does this rezoning matter? It's kind of like almost a first under the TOA policy that impacts the Cambie Corridor Community Plan. Council's decision will set tone for the future TOAs. This is not just about one building. It's about all subsequent submissions by other developers. Next slide. More rental? Yes, but not like this. We support more rental housing. However, market rental does not mean affordable housing. Below market rentals, as you've heard many times here already, were removed after consultation. The public was never informed or consulted on this change. Next slide. Next. Is it an open process or is it just open loopholes? Staff, not the developer, requested the change. Technically allowed, but the public was never timely told. That's not a policy violation, I admit. However, it's a process failure. Next. Why grant CD1 flexibility without public benefit? CD1 is a very powerful tool, as you all know, but it's not a blank check. It's meant for trade-offs, affordability, design, innovation. This project effectively offers none of the above. Next. When is CD1 justified and when is it isn't? I have a comparison table for you. Next. There's another development which was previously approved, 6137 Cambie Street. As you can see, side by side, there's a public benefit with 100% secured market rental. There's none on the current proposal because the 20% has been removed. The additional uses, there's a replacement church, there's childcare facility, there's design compliance. There are step backs that begin on the 5th floor. There's no step backs. It's a flat vertical massing. There's policy alignment. It totally aligns with the Canby Corridor Plan. And it's still possible to do this, alignment with the Canby Corridor Plan, but developer chose not to do it. CACs, you already heard they don't need to do it. Is there transparency? They didn't. 6137 didn't change anything after post-consultation. However, this application did. Next. Flat wall versus step backs. This doesn't fit. The referral report claims it's consistent with nearby buildings. But is it really? All 6-story buildings, you only have to walk up and down the street on Canby have step backs. This one doesn't. It's one flat wall. The reality, the developer has made 0 physical changes, only cosmetic ones. A few years back, planners would actually ask for design changes. If you look at this proposal, they did 0 physical changes. Some cosmetic ones, talking about realm and stuff like that, but no physical changes. This building doesn't match its neighbors. Next. This is a proposed building. Actually, frankly speaking, it's one big box, and it's unattractive. Next. Here's another building that has already been built. Step backs. Nice building. Next. Another building, which has step backs too. Next. Another one. And this is actually parallel to 29th Avenue on Canby. Next one. This, in fact, is a new proposal from another developer on 433 Canby. As you can see, it's a beautiful building, not one big, ugly box. Next. Step backs are standard in the Canby Corridor Plan, and they matter. This building doesn't match. Next. Step backs won't break the project. Adding step backs might reduce unit count slightly, but it improves fit, livability, and neighborhood character. That's a fair trade. If the condo unit drops, say, from 230 to 225, that's not a crisis, but for the community, it's a big improvement. Next slide. Please don't automatically approve. As you can see from here today, there's significant public sentiment. Too many questions need answers. Please don't rush this decision. Kindly defer the approval, reopen the process, request revised submission, and reopen the public consultation. Release the pro forma analysis, that much vaunted document which says that they deserve to get free ride. Reinstate the below market rental. Ask for step backs, make it consistent with the Canby corridor. Ask for a better solution for parking. And are there other options for the developer? Frankly speaking, if they couldn't sell it the first time, townhouses, they could have come up with a proposal like rent to own, for example, which would have probably made, townhouses are needed because young families need bigger spaces. Next slide. Council, you have the power. Honestly speaking, we voted for all of you in 2022. Now we're asking for your vote, but to defer to review only. We're not asking you to cancel this project. This building will be here for 60 years. That's what it says, right? Let's make sure we get it right and that it reflects the values of this city. Allow us to reciprocate your vote today with ours next year in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. You didn't need me to wave. Look, Chris, you were.
I was looking out for it.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 10, Morgan Wong, another representative speaker. If we have Grace Tong, Edwin Leung, and Pearl Wu all here.
Two of them are on the phone, and my wife, she's not well, so I have another neighbor to replace her, Mary, I mean.
Yeah. We're just a little formality here. I'm sure we're going to be great. We're good. Great. Sorry for the delay. Please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, may I take the minute that my previous speaker didn't speak?
Unfortunately not.
Okay,
Sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the members of the council. My name is Morgan Wong. I live locally. Thank you for allowing me to voice out my objections to the City of Vancouver's decision to the rezoning application by Sightlight Properties. Sightlight received approval in 2022 to build 46 townhouses with 62 parking spaces in the same development site. After excavation and prolonged pre-sales, the site remained vacant with a big hole for over 2 years. And on June 2024, when TOA was implemented in Vancouver, it withdrew the city's previous approval and reapplied to build 230 secured rental units under the TOA considerations, very certainly because of a better margin of profits. And yet there are incorrect and misleading statements in the application proposal. I'll give you a few examples, such as it states that there are no official community plan for this site, which is untrue as the site falls under the Canby Corridor Plan. It refers to a similar 6-story apartment building in its proposal, but those buildings are all located along major and arterial streets such as Canby Street and King Edward Avenue. It also claims the site fronts a major street and adjacent to Canby Street, but in fact, this development is on a non-arterial street and it shares a narrow lane on its eastern boundary with a residential complex which truly fronts the Canby Street. It is along 29th Avenue and Ash Street. Ash Street is a small road runs through a quiet residential area. And yet, the 29th Avenue is a short, narrow bikeway. Furthermore, the pedestrian traffic island and refuge stations on Canby Street are installed to prevent direct vehicle access through the 29th Avenue for safety reasons. It also claims its proposed development complements the recent mid-rise development and portrays a structure as a gentle transition from predominantly single-family neighborhood. But the design and scale of the project contradict this, as it definitely not a gentle transition. So my oppositions next. The Canby Corridor Plan support a gentle densification. This plan was not created overnight. It was shaped through years of public consultation, experts' input, and detailed planning. And one of its key goals is to support gentle, incremental densification. Instead of a sudden large-scale change, the plan encourages a gradual transition from detached houses to townhouses and low-rise building no higher than 4 stories. This approach allows new housing to be added in a way that respects the character and scale of the existing community. As I quoted from one of the sources, the plan builds on a distinct character and context of the corridor's neighborhood to create complete communities, to more than double the population and add over 300,000 new homes. Next. The second reason is because of the RM88 zoning, enabling middle incomes and missing middle housing. The RM88 zoning district was created to work in alignment with the Canby Corridor Plan. Its intent is to allow for the 3-story townhouses and row houses while also encouraging retention of character buildings. RM88 is meant to create more housing without overwhelming the neighborhood, allowing a diversity of housing type, choices, and affordability. It also serves the needs of middle-income families, those who are not afford to purchase single homes due to rising costs, but need a smaller home with garden for their young children. The City of Vancouver in May 2023 acknowledged this, quote, the RM8A/AN zones are created to address the needs for new housing forms in a nod to missing middle housing, allowing a diversity of housing types. As the zoning bylaw states, the intent of this schedule is to encourage the development of three-story townhouses and retention of character building, while permitting low-intensity residential development. This clearly shows RM 8A is meant to support the growth, but in a balanced and thoughtful way. Next. The Council's authority under TOA policy. And I understand that this rezoning application falls under the Tier 3 of TOA. The transit-oriented areas create under Bill 47 to gain height and density. However, the policy does not remove the Council's authority for this reason. Quote, councils may consider rezoning application under TOA on their own merits and may condition or refuse a rezoning application based on their planning and city building principles included in the council-approved policies. This is an important reminder that council still has the responsibility and the power to ensure rezoning proposals are consistent with broader planning objectives, including those outlined in the Canby Corridor Plan and the RM 8A zoning schedule. Next, my summary and request for the council. And I do also respectfully ask the council to reconsider the full context of this application, and that the Canby Corridor Plan and RM 8A zoning were designed to support growth, but in a way that respects community character, provides options for middle-income households, and reflects years of planning and consultation. The TOA policy allows councils to evaluate applications based on these existing policies. And please consider the importance of preserving the thoughtful vision of this neighborhood, one that encourages new housing, but not at the cost of livability, diversity, and neighborhood identity. Last but not least, I think we are all talking about building an ideal city and condition for all of us. But what about when emergency strikes us? For example, just recently in Philadelphia, when they have the city strike, there's no longer have garbage collection. Are we ready for that? For example, another, rainfall or traffic jams. The city of Vancouver, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, the same size. We have the same amount of streets and avenues, but for the last 10, 20 years, population growth, cars have increased, but we have the same amount of streets in our city. And the congestion of traffic is going to be a nightmare. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Morgan. Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is Daniel Au. Is Daniel here?
Thank you, Council Member and Mayor, for your time and patience tonight. I'm a resident of South Canby neighborhood, and I'm here to oppose this development. Believe the proposed form and height are not appropriate for this location. I only have one slide to present. This is taken directly from the rezoning application. It shows the purple area is the city zoned area, which mostly is 6-story development. So you see a very strong medium density along Canby Street and at the north, the King Ed Avenue. But the site here we are talking about is not along Canby Street. It deviates from the Canby corridor planning. It's not supported by any major road. In my opinion, the architectural rendering that is at the cover of the application is deceiving in a way it depicts the building is fronting a major street. In fact, it is merely just bounded by West 29th, west of Canby, and Ash Street, and they are both local residential streets designed for low traffic volume. None of them are major streets. Placing a medium density building in the middle of RM8A zone, as you see highlighted in the slide, have both traffic and 5 safety concerns, in my opinion, is the fire truck access in the middle of this low density neighborhood, in case of fire, is adequate. Can this local street provide a proper fire access? And this proposal is, if approved, will significantly alter the Canby corridor planning in this area and setting a negative precedent to the future development, further damaging this neighborhood. Lastly, the proposed form of the building, in my opinion, completely ignoring the neighborhood context, is dominating facade, lack of setback, resulting in a 6-story high wall stretching along a long frontage of 118 meters along the entire block, facing against 3-story townhome at the south and at the east side. Therefore, I think this project is not appropriate, and the approval of the project should not be made based on a short-term sales decision by the developer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is speaker number 12, Vicar Lee.
Good evening, mayors and councilors. Can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you for your time. My name is Vicar, and I live directly across from the site proposed for rezoning on West 29th Avenue. I serve on the Strata Council in my townhome complex and have worked as a medical professional at the BC Cancer Agency for over 20 years. Next slide. In my profession, I've learned how to balance progress with responsibility, and tonight I stand firmly opposed to this rezoning. I understand the need for growth, but growth must be responsible. It must preserve livability, protect community character, and plan for long-term well-being. Other speakers have addressed the legal and procedural flaws in this proposal, so I want to speak from the heart as someone who knows these streets well. For 2 decades, I have biked and taken transit through Little Mountain and Mount Pleasant every day. I know this neighborhood. I love my neighborhood. I have spent my career saving lives at the hospital, and now I'm speaking out because I'm deeply concerned about the future we're being asked to accept. I'm here to stand up for something we cannot afford to lose, the soul of our community. Let me share a quick story. Next slide. At the BC Cancer Agency, we're undergoing major parkade construction. For over a year, we have endured constant noise, dust, and disruption. The impact has been relentless, but we tolerate it because it is necessary. It's a safety upgrade. Now imagine that same level of disruption, only louder, longer, right outside your front door. Not for months, but for years. And here's the key difference. This rezoning is not necessary. It's not essential. It's not a safety upgrade, and it's certainly not for us. The developer has said it himself, he couldn't sell. The original plan proposed 50 townhomes. Now, 2 massive condo towers with over 230 units, a 360% increase. That's more than 1,000 new residents in an area already struggling with traffic and infrastructure. According to the city's own data, Mount Pleasant and Little Mountain are expected to see a 20% population increase over the next decade. This rezoning will only accelerate it without the services or infrastructure to support it. If this rezoning is approved, It won't stop here. It will set a dangerous precedent, mid-rises and towers on quiet residential streets, more congestion, more population, and irreversible loss of our neighborhood's character. Our street is already overwhelmed. Parking is 90% full during peak hours. Traffic incidents in the area have increased by 15% over the past 3 years, according to ICBC. Air and noise pollution are on the rise. A recent study shows that construction activity in Vancouver increases local air pollution by 10%, and this rezoning would rise just steps away from BC Women's and Children's Hospital. This disruption isn't theoretical, it's real. It's coming straight to our neighborhood. Next slide. Every day on my commute, I see two kinds of signs: development applications and save our neighborhood, please. Next slide. The city has already approved high-rises on more than 500 blocks, including towers just blocks from where I live. Next slide. Meanwhile, a recent Global News investigation found over 2,000 unsold condos in Metro Vancouver, with that number expected to rise to 3,500 by the end of next year. Vancouver also has over 25,000 vacant properties, one of the highest per capita rates of empty homes in Canada. So I ask again, who is this rezoning really for? This rezoning will not solve the housing crisis, but it will cost us peace, identity, and livability. The people who will pay that price? Families, seniors, long-term residents who have built their lives here. They will face years of noise, traffic, and stress for a project that serves someone else's bottom line. Next slide. That's why last November in 2024, I started a petition to oppose this rezoning. To date, over 250 of our neighbors have signed. Together, we're sending a clear message. This is the wrong plan, in the wrong place, at the wrong time. I urge you, councilors, mayor, listen to the people who live here. Reject this rezoning, not just for today, but for the future of our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Speaker number 13, Kapong Chan.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you great.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Kapong Chan, a resident of Vancouver. I oppose the project and the report recommendation. Good evening, councillors and the public. As residents who oppose the rezoning application, we have considered all the comments shared by supporters, and we hope supporters will also take the time to understand the concerns raised by members of this community. We appreciate the fruitful points supporters have made about the secure rental housing proposal in our West 29th neighborhood. We understand the appeal of this location with the great QE Park, BC Children's Hospital, Women Hospital, and the inconvenient transit connections. These are qualities that make our neighborhood a desirable place to live. At the same time, as a resident who experience the day-to-day realities of this area, we believe it is crucial to consider the potential challenges that could come with increased density. The concerns we have raised are not theoretical. They reflect the real conditions that already affect our community. If the rezoning is approved, these issues, along with other unforeseen impacts, could place additional strain on local infrastructure and alter the character of this cherished neighborhood. We believe a balanced approach is needed, one that ensures growth is supported by adequate planning and resources to preserve the quality of life for both current and future residents. Speaking of the supporters' comments, several individuals expressed strong support for the project, highlighting its potential to contribute to Vancouver's urban growth and housing supply. Hagen Coyote from Cubilano emphasized the importance of allowing 6-story developments near SkyTrain stations to address the housing shortage and provide more rental options off BC Arterial Street. James Maiden from Dunbar Southlands praised that this type of project for acting vitality of the Canby corridor, so they expressed some disappointment at the lack of below-market units. Councillors, I respectfully ask for a few minutes of your time to consider my comments, even if they may not sound as sophisticated as those of others in this public hearing. I also have several questions for the city's planning team. First, in Appendix C, page 3, under natural comments, suggestions, recommendations, it states, the design drawings and the proposal details are considered inaccurate, presenting a misleading comparison. We are deeply concerned that much inaccuracy in the design drawings and the proposal details could mislead decision makers during the rezoning process. For example, the maximum height of the proposed building is listed as 21.3 meters. Is there a justified reason why the Director of Planning would allow this height to be approved as a mandatory requirement? Furthermore, we note that the exit stairs appear not to meet the BC Building Code requirements for the fire safety. Reducing the size of these stairs in order to increase the number of the 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms units so as to fulfill the secure rental housing minimum percentage requirements raises serious questions about the compliance with safety standards. All the drawings in this project are by Yamamoto Architecture and have been approved by the developer, Cyanide Properties. We urge the Director of Planning to carefully review these issues to ensure the public safety and compliance with the city and provincial regulations are not compromised in the pursuit of increased density. Second, in the Appendix C, page 2, it states, access to transit development is supported due to it close to the transit hubs to promotion the sustainable travel options and its location in a high traffic area. Given this, why is an underground parking garage still proposed? Would it not be more sensible to remove all underground parking except the accessible? Hello, yes?
I'm sorry, you're over time.
Last sentence. We hope the council will make the public safety the top priority. Okay?
Great, thank you. The next speaker we have is speaker number 14, Sarah McLeod. Sarah here? There we go.
Thanks, Mayor, Council, staff. I'm not sure if the applicant's here, but thank you to all of my South Canby neighbors for speaking. I moved to the South Canby area a little over a year ago, and I absolutely have fallen in love with it. It's, I mean, I love so much about Vancouver, but I think it started probably there. And I love the Canby Corridor plan too. I haven't read it in a while, but you can tell that the community, when you read it, that it's looking out for the community public realm, like the public realm, public benefit stuff. And it's a great plan, in my opinion, compared to all the other plans you read in the city. I'm so grateful and thankful to be living in that area and to hear the spirit from the area. It's awesome. I also think I'm opposed to the project. I think there's some major concerns about the process. Like, I wasn't paying attention, but it honestly probably shouldn't have even been at this public hearing, because I'm trying to understand the process really. And what's interesting to me, I've been there a year, I've walked by that property so many times, and I don't know when it happened, but it happened sometime in the year that I've lived there. Surprisingly enough, I noticed it in April, and I was on vacation in March, so a lot of stuff changed in my area when I was gone, surprisingly. It always happens that way. And what had changed in a year, and potentially in March when I was gone, I only noticed in April, was that they put, and I don't know how this happens process-wise, how you can get a permit to put the beginning of a crane in the ground with cement before you, like, you can't get that permit, from my understanding, without a development permit application, but you can't even start that process until this rezoning's passed. And like, I have the photo of like the crane in the ground, and the work got done somehow, somewhere, so the process is very either unclear or mucky, from all of the trying to understanding I'm trying to do with all the different developments in my area. Yeah, I'm trying to get more confirmation on actually, putting things in the ground with cement. Like I said, from my understanding, that that kind of stuff would be in the conditions too of the development permit application. So why is this stuff happening before the rezoning is even a decision? So huge process questions there. I do love the Canby Corridor plan. What I kind of read with it too, what I loved about it, what I don't know if this is actually happening, is the way that it's done in 3 phases. It kind of was like, okay, great, cool. Like, once phase 1 is done, we can learn lessons from what phase 1. So like, we don't just bolt ahead with phase 2. Like, we can apply those lessons to phase 2 as well. And there's a sign going up that, we're into phase 2. And as much as those setbacks on the artillery street are better, there is evidence of the poor conditions of the trees on the Heritage Canby Corridor Boulevard, heritage protected, in worse health because of the lack of sun from some of those 6 stories that have gone in. So like, those are the kinds of things, like, whatever, it's done, right? But that we could be learning from with going into phase 2, or you'd think, you kind of like got the idea from the corridor plan that people would actually be like paying attention to how things proceed going forward, and that information, you can notice it walking on the street. So one last minute, sparkle on the ocean, eagle at the top of a tree, those crazy crows always making a commotion.
Chair, just a point of order.
Sorry, I've seen eagles in the trees that are proposed.
I think I'm on hour 15 in this chamber. I think it's important for speakers to understand, especially speakers that speak to every application, that time is valuable. Our public hearing agendas are very full, and that section 7.5 of the procedure bylaw requires that speakers limit their comments to matters contained in the report.
The 3 trees proposed on the property have, eagles have been hunting in there before, hummingbirds, nuthatches, which are all protected under Migratory Bird Acts, that are in the amendment,
Sorry, we're
the cycle. Well, he spoke for 20 of my seconds. 20 seconds. It is clearly applicable.
Well, we're more than 20 seconds over the 5-minute limit. I'm sure we'll have another conversation. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is the 3rd and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. Are there any additional speakers in the council chamber on the phone? Okay. Yes. Sorry. Someone who hasn't spoken already could come down. No, if someone in the chamber who hasn't spoken yet, they can come down and, pardon? Or Someone who hasn't spoken or is not a representative speaker. In the meantime, we're going to go to David Liang. Sorry, we have David Liang on the line. David, are you there?
I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor Sim, council members, neighbor, and city officials. My name is David Liang. I've been living in a condo building next to the proposed development at 520-590 West 29th Avenue since December 2015, right? I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight about a matter that deeply impacts our community, that is parking availability in light of this proposed residential development. You know what? My understanding is that this proposed development will introduce 230 new units to our neighborhood, but only 115 parking spots have been allocated, i.e. just one parking stall for every 2 brand new units. This translates to over 100 potential vehicles will be pushed onto our already congested residential streets. So in a city like Vancouver with high market rents, the majority of such new tenants are likely to own vehicles. So this will only exacerbate the pressure on nearby neighborhoods, leaving current residents scrambling for space. Moreover, this new project is likely to lead to consequences like increased traffic and limited street parking for existing homes, greater risks of illegal or obstructive parking, higher tension between long-time residents and incoming tenants, reduced accessibility for seniors and those with mobility needs, delay for emergency vehicles navigating crowded streets. We all want smart growth and welcoming communities, but growth cannot be smart if it creates avoidable strain on infrastructure. Let's ensure any new development should benefit both new residents and the neighborhoods as a whole without turning our streets into overflow lots. Like Mr. Da Silva, a couple of speakers before me mentioned, Mr. Mayor, we voted for you and your team in 2022 because we believe in you folks. We hope you and your team will listen and address our concerns. I therefore urge the council to reconsider approving this misfit 6-story complex. Thank you for your time. Back to you, moderator.
Great, thank you very much. And perfect. Yes, please come on in. Thank you. And so can we please get your name for the record and if you're a resident of Vancouver, please?
Linda Thompson. I'm a resident of Vancouver.
Yeah, but you're you're part of a group before, so you
Right.
can't speak, unfortunately. Is there anyone else here who can?
But it's almost gone home because.
Yeah. Right. If I believe Clerk, if I'm correct, they can submit the comments. Is that correct? You can submit the comments. Have they been submitted already? No.
I'm just,
Yeah, the clerk can circulate the comments. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a 2-minute recess and wait for any additional speakers to call in or come forward to the podium. Serious.
Is the speaker on the phone able to identify themselves?
508 West 29th Avenue.
Hi, speaker. Could you let us know your name, please?
Yeah, my first name is Alex, and my last name is Hackney.
Thank you very much. And you're speaking to item 6?
Item 6, yeah, the CD1 rezoning for 520 to 590 of West 29th.
Great. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak on this issue. I'm a resident of the next door building, 508 West 29th Avenue. I moved in here with my wife last year, and we absolutely love the neighborhood. We love the proximity to the park. We love the proximity to the transit. We're just a 5-minute walk from the SkyTrain, and frankly, this is an area that needs more young people like us, more renting families, since housing is so unaffordable these days. We are fully in support of this rental application. This development application, I should say. And we really encourage you to support it and vote in favor of this redevelopment. It's going to get more people into this neighborhood, and it's going to allow more people to experience the beauty that is Vancouver and Queen Elizabeth Park. Thank you very much for taking my comments.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, so are there any additional speakers after the last one?
There are not, Mayor.
Great. Seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
There has not been.
Okay, so I'm going to close the receipt of public comments as well. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
No comments from the applicant, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do our team members have any closing comments?
No closing comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Does council have any final questions for our team members? Noting no additional questions to the applicant are permitted. And Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I was listening to the speakers, and there were a number of issues that were brought up, a number of concerns, but there was one constant theme that I wanted to address with you, and that was several of the speakers mentioned that there are no CACs being paid, and that there's no community benefits for this project. But my understanding, and I don't have the page in front of me, the report details this as a secured rental housing, despite, again, I think some of the speakers said that this wasn't secured, but my understanding it is secured rental for 60 years or the life of the building, whichever is longer,
Correct.
and that secured rental is the public benefit.
Yes, the public benefits accruing from this application are the 230 secured market rental units, as well as DCLs and a public art contribution that are approximately $6 million.
Okay, I just wanted to, that was sort of a constant theme that we heard from a number of the speakers, so I just wanted to clarify that, and that's all the questions I have right now, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I have one clarifying question, and I want to be very clear around what it is within council's ability to reject or approve. So I'm looking at the presentation on the policy context slide, transit-oriented areas. I think it's slide 4. And it says, council cannot reject TOA projects based on the proposed height and density. So my question very simply, because we heard a lot from the speakers that we should pause this, send it back, go for additional consultation, it doesn't meet policy, et cetera, and so forth, is does council actually have with the new provincial regulations the ability to say no to the height and density that is proposed on this project?
Council cannot reject this application based on the height and density, but they can evaluate it based on other merits of the application, if that helps.
Okay, but presumably, council would have to have a very good rationale. Or the province would expect, is it reasonable to say a very good rationale if we rejected it on other grounds?
I can't necessarily speak to the rationale, but if maybe I'll give that.
I would say that was correct, that you would need a rationale. An example I would perhaps give is a heritage retention, that could be a rationale of why you wouldn't have heights and densities under TOA.
Right. But given this is so close and it's within, it's actually lower than the permitted height of 8 stories. that the province says is allowed. It's actually 6, if I'm understanding correctly, and it's lower. There isn't heritage. We're not displacing something significant in terms of existing use on the site. It would be presumably fairly difficult to find a reasonable defense to not meet our obligation that we're legally mandated to approve the height and the density. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I would just say for the 8-story versus the 6-story that the province did lay out 8 stories, but the applicant is able to submit something that is lower. And given the change from 6-story wood frame versus 8-story concrete, that's the rationale why we would see a 6-story form.
Okay, so they could have come in higher, but they're actually lower than they could possibly have built.
Yeah, I would also just add that the density outlined in the TOA is a maximum, or is a 3 FSR, and this application is coming in at 3 FSR, so they are hitting the TOA density.
They're hitting density, but they're not going as tall as they would have allowed, just the way the math works between the intersection of those components. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, just tracking through some of the comments and stuff. Now, just to be clear, because I think I heard some of the comments around the TOA and the 20% below market. And that is assuming in this tier 3, that would be an 8-story building.
It allows for 8 stories and a density of 3 FSR.
So this is coming in at 6 stories and 3 FSR.
Correct.
So presumably, if you put the difference, that 20% BMR would be 8 stories, I guess. If I did the back of the napkin math. 38.
Perhaps development planning would like to comment on that?
Not that I'm suggesting that that's what they're intending to do, but I'm just trying to rationalize some of this.
The density is a maximum at 3, so within that 3 FSR, according to the TOA, they would need to provide 20% below market rental, but in this case, they are not able to provide it. So whether it's 6 or 8 story, it has to meet within that 3 FSR.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same kind of question. Is this different? Like, is this like, so I think somebody talked about a precedent. Sorry, I'm very tired. I can't speak. Setting a precedent. Was there something different about how this was zoned originally, and then it was changed, and then the land lift was lost, and it was incremental? You know, is this kind of a one-off situation where this removal of the 20% BMR could only happen at this site, or is there a potential that it could happen at other sites too, sort of?
The review of the proforma and land lift was specific to this site. And we have Mario Lee on the line from Real Estate Services who could speak more specifically to the analysis that was performed.
Okay, yeah.
Hi, this is Mario Lee with Real Estate Services. Yeah, in this case, the land value under its current zoning, the RM8 is relatively high compared to other sites. And there is a minimal increase in density to the rezoning proposal. And so based on our review, the rezoning proposal does not generate a land lift here based on that.
Okay. There's just there was also another comment about arterial versus non-arterial and 4-story versus 6-story. And I know Councillor Kirby Young said it could go up to 8, but is there truth in that it could only be 4 on a non-arterial?
The rezoning enabling policy that this project came in under is the TOA, and it does not specify arterial versus not arterial for that 8 stories that are allowable under the Tier 3 policy.
And then, like, in terms of the pro forma, I think there was a comment that we could request it, like councillors have access to it. And there's no way that we don't have access. We can ask questions about its viability, but we don't have the pro forma, right? The council.
The proforma would not be something that we typically would share through a planning process because it has information included within it that's kind of privy to the applicant.
Right,
We
right.
wouldn't release it because it could be damaging. to
Okay,
the
that makes sense. So I just, yeah, there was a comment that like we could just like get the pro forma, but that's not the case. And yeah, I think somebody else talked about the secure part of it. It does say secure many times in this, so it's just to reiterify that. Okay, I think that's all from me.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, sorry, I do have one quick follow-up clarifying question. There was also a lot of conversation around setbacks, and I asked a question about stories, but if you want more setbacks and you want to achieve the same number of homes, then you go taller, right? Pretty much. So that's the trade-off. You have setbacks, you have a taller building, or you have a shorter building and you have less setback.
Yeah.
Based on the same FSR.
There are 3 significant trees on site. So the buildable area of the site has been reduced to retain those trees. So the extra density have to be relocated on the upper level. So there's no space to achieve the.
Okay, and the
tower
trees are
setback.
considered quite important, well, everywhere in the city, but they're quite beautiful in the Canby corridor, so they're more established trees, correct?
Those are significant trees, yeah.
Significant ones, so the building is accommodating that, and that's.
Yeah, that's the
designed the way
trade-off.
it was? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Mayor, may I just clarify a point that we made in response to Councillor Kirby-Young's question earlier? Thank you. So I do want to just be clear on the TOA policy that while council cannot reject it on height and density alone, you do have the option to reject it based on other planning principles. So that could include BMR, it could include setback reasons. There are other reasons that you could reject it on. So I just want to make sure that was clear in my answer.
Thank you very much. Okay, Clerk, did we receive any additional public comments since the close of public comments?
Mayor, there was the one additional piece of correspondence, which was the presentation from Speaker 7, which was circulated to council.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, we're going to make a decision on this application. So if we can please go, sorry, can we please have a mover of the recommendation? Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Council, is there any discussion on this item? Councillor Fry.
Sure. I just want to acknowledge all the neighbors who showed up and spent a long time this evening, as we all did, waiting to speak though, and I appreciate their dedication to this. I think, it is, I know it's a tough one when you've come in with anticipating that you're really advocating for some change here, but I think on the whole, this project does check out and it does deliver on the housing, and frankly, I think when we look at the prescribed 8 stories under the TOA, and this is coming in at 6 stories, and I think those are some of the trade-offs that when we talk about the BMR that you're expecting with that would also come with an 8-story potentially. So the retention of the trees, I think there's another piece that I wanted to highlight, and that's because I heard a few comments about the look of the building, and I know that we've run into this in the past where rezoning applications are not fully articulated designs. They're submitting them for rezoning. So the final design is often more granular and more refined than the renderings that we see in the rezoning application. And I think that's an important thing. And I've brought this up before, and it would be great to have that more kind of clearly articulated for the public when they view these. But I think that's also an important consideration. But on the whole, I think this delivers the appropriate amount of housing in a transit-oriented area, and I will support this.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Any other comments? Well, with that, a reminder that any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. I'm now going to call the vote. If we can please go to the voting panel, and if you could please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay, and that completes item number 6. Great. We needed a motion to adjourn. Oh, sorry, Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. All in favor, say yay. All those
Yay.
opposed, say nay. Great, the motion is carried. This meeting is adjourned.
Thanks, everyone.